the funny thing is, we're gonna have to discuss all of this after I finish it. We're gonna be up till like 6 a.m. and I think that's maybe even being optimistic. I used up all of Elva's emote slots. Great! That's fine. I didn't ever need to add any more anyways.
There are 4 switches. 1 for each ward.
So I just do this one? What does it do though? Here's a green light. Whoa.
Commencing test of augmented research specimen.
Okay, nice. Wait, surely.
Tell them to be careful.
Should I not just open all of them? What would happen if I just open them all?
Transfusion procedure complete. Commencing test.
Can I just open them all?
Research specimen.
Ah, right, you can't. Okay, I see the flaw in my ways. You know, I do one at a time. Thanks. That's a really helpful comment.
Commencing test of augmented research specimen.
I really appreciate the help, James. Now, thank you so much. I don't know what I would have done without you. Okay, so now we need to go back to the system. Where is the system? Red? Mr. Nanaki, please, can you go over there? Go on. I like how he sits first. Like, I don't know if they maybe make him a bit too dog-like, because he's like, he's a whole person, like, oh. I'm an idiot.
No control panel. We don't have
Right.
any means to go this way.
Okay. So you just go back then, I guess. And switch? Yeah. Make him sit first so the PS4 can load the animation.
You there?
Is that true? Because I would not be surprised. Like, that's the best explanation. That's not a joke. Okay, that's amazing. I have to give it to them though, like, that's clever. I do think that's clever, because it's not their fault if a PS4 can't load it. I think that's actually quite clever. I wouldn't have actually thought that's why. The game will force you to walk. Oh, and that's why? Now, I don't know anything about game design. But I'm sure it is not easy. Load screens have soul. What does that mean? It's not their fault the PS4 can't load it. Hey man, don't make it for the PS4. What do you... What? But... What? What do you... What? Do you mean... No, well, I actually don't know what you could possibly mean, because... Didn't this come out on PS4? Like, before there was PS5, or... Excuse me, or am I, like, completely misremembering when this came out? Dude, I feel like this game's been out for, like, 10 years. It's kind of weird. If you have to cut corners this badly on PS4? I don't know. I don't think I see there. I don't think I see it being an issue. Like,
That's the way to do it.
ideally, I guess you wouldn't need to. But I don't really know, like, if all they're doing is just having to slightly hide things, it's not, like, I don't know what you want them to do. Like, just I don't know, it's dumb conversation, I think. To, like, put it to an extreme, imagine they tried to put Final Fantasy Remake on the PS2, it would be to corners. You could do it, and it's not their fault the PS2 can't load Final Fantasy Remake. Right, yeah, I see what you're saying. But I guess they can just hide it, though. So, like, I don't really see... If they're just hiding it pretty well. Which, like, I had no idea that that's why they're making him sit first. I just thought it was kind of funny. I didn't really think that it was hiding anything. So actually, to me, I'm like, that's pretty good. You know? Oh, I bet they're starving you. I bet you're so hungry. Why would they do this to him? How did they create them? I bet they used real dogs at some point, right? Am I going the right way? I think I am. Look, this is a horrible life. Like, I will say though, generally the rule for crating your dog is that it should be big enough for them to turn around in. And so I will say that it looks like Shinra are adhering to good dog crating practices. And I'm pretty happy with that, you know? I have really mixed thoughts on crating as well. We crated Sora for like 2 years before we fully trusted him outside the crate. But like, I think it's good. But I think about, right, like if there was a house fire. But he would be trapped anyway, wouldn't he? This is a horrible thought, but I think I saw a TikTok where someone was talking about it and I was like, wait, I've never thought of that before. And it was to do with fires, if there was like a fire. So I'm like, what is it better, like, would they have a better chance? Like, how would they get out anyway? Like, I guess this is such a random conversation, but I guess if there was a fire, he would at least be able to go away from it and buy time. TV should inspect one of these dogs, and then it should flash 1 billion times in between the dog and Cloud to draw a connection between the possibilities that Cloud was experimenting on. Like the flash between Cloud and Sephiroth when he approaches him in Nibelheim. When he goes in the room with Genova, and it's just like the flash back and forth. That's the best. They should do exactly that. You know, earlier in the stream flash, I swear I went to call... Who was it? I went to call... Fuck, I don't remember it, but I definitely went to call a random character Flash. I don't know. I don't know why, but I just did. I was... Oh, God, I'm confused now. Wait, no, this is right. Who are you?
I really wish you wouldn't.
Oh, I need to heal. Uh-oh, Aerith. We need to do some healing. Aerith. Save me. Actually, we both need to heal, so this is perfect. You bounce and move the character at the same time. Not possible.
You can do it.
I'm sorry to say.
I'm coming.
I don't think you realize how hard it is
We'll make it quick.
to talk and play a game on easy mode. It's extremely challenging, actually. Oh my god, this crate is Tifa sized. Mash the attack button. Well, I am doing that, and it's still taking too much brain power, so... Okay, we're on the right track, which is always good news. Because when it's me, that is not a given.
Look. Let's get across with those.
Is that another one of those things? What are these? They look like they look like part red. They're like lions, but also werewolves. Like I keep seeing beast-like things, and I'm like, could it be Vincent? But like, why the fuck would it be? But I just keep thinking of it. Yeah, that's definitely Vincent.
Yeah, looks like it.
What happened to you, man? Well, actually, given that this would be before we meet him, he would have made a really great recovery, I guess. Who's Vincent? Vincent is a companion. Not a companion. Sorry, he's like a party member who joins later. Not in this game, but later in the story of the original.
So it's my turn?
So like I'm on the lookout for like a reference or something, but I don't think there is any because there shouldn't be. It wouldn't make any sense. Like he shouldn't, like there would be no reason for it to be here, but
No
I don't know.
surprise there.
There have been surprises, so I'm kind of just expecting the unexpected at this point. Right, so I want to go not that way. Wait, what's up the ladder? Oh, I bet it's gonna be something I don't even want, isn't it? Why is that literally where I came from? Weird. Vincent was free from the bat chest. Yeah, but whenever he shows up in a trailer or something, then we can bat chest. And it will be like a totally valid bat chest.
Is this really the exit?
Oh no, you tell me, Tifa.
I hate that man, I really do.
She sounds like a mom. Like the way she said that was very motherly. I think because of how like non-aggressive it was. What happens if I go down here? Why would I want to do that? This is difficult to navigate for me. We need a certain four-legged friend. Okay, let's go back. Just wait until Ever Crisis. I mean, Vincent will be in that, I guess, yes. But
Nothing's gonna stop me. Just go away.
But what, Flesh, what happened? Are you okay? But I'm presuming in Ever Crisis, it's just... Wait. Is it including everything? Or has it added new stuff? Sorry. Is the only new stuff that's added the Sephiroth thing? The Masamune thing? There's new stuff for everything. I'm sorry, I honestly don't remember. I just remember being told about the Masamune thing, and that was it. You see, I don't really understand it because I don't think I've ever really seen the or no, I think I had seen the trailer, but it didn't mean anything to me because it was before I played any of the other OG stuff. Ooh.
I think we're almost done.
That's good news. Wait, when did Elva wear glasses? Oh, in that emote. I have them still. Are they here? Yeah! They're blue light glasses. I don't actually think they do anything. They're very cool though. Glasses are fun. I feel like it's such a different vibe. They're not sitting right on my head at all. I'm sorry that this 30-second putting on glasses detour is gonna ruin everything. That's just how it do be. Dr. Howe. What's after this, though? I'm not actually sure what's after this. Oh, we gotta break out. We do the breakout bit.
You think now the others can get across too?
You're doing a great job, Andrew. You haven't even done the Cloud and Barrett bit?
We used the control panel here a little while ago, so you should be able to get to the other side. Can you check?
I think when you guys made your calculations for how long this would take, you forgot it. You forgot to add the elf attacks. What do we think that percentage is? I reckon it's like, maybe not quite 20%, but like 10 to 15%.
We'll call if anything comes up.
There's no way there's still 2 hours left. Really? Why would you think... Why would you... Why would you think it was gonna take me 2 hours, like an hour and a half ago? I think I just jump across, don't I? Sorry, I've forgotten where they are. It is this way. Thanks, James. Thank you. Thank you.
We need to open the door first.
So this is the second ward. So I do need to open the second ward door. Dude, it's fine. It's fine. I don't know why you're panicking.
Procedure complete. Commencing test of augmented research specimen.
What are you crying at, Flash? Are you... What's going on? Are you crying because Sturgis Service is really sad and made you cry? I did it again, did it again. Again? What's what?
Experiments.
Don't know what you're talking about. But that's fine.
Commencing test. All personnel
Yay!
area. Commencing test.
Don't laugh at me, you fucking camper van. Can I ask, why Winnebago? Do you have one? For a minute there, it looked like Cloud turned into that thing. The cameras were really strange just there.
I got this. Going in. Let's do this. Let's go.
Is my Xbox gamer tag is an automatic name. So, but why was that your Xbox gamer tag then? No, don't be sorry, I asked. You also don't need to tell me if you don't want to. Or if there isn't, it's fine. I'm just curious.
This glass is bulletproof. No discernible changes after contact. Most fascinating.
Hojo, why don't you tell us more about how he's not a soldier? Like, you really were excited to tell us before. Why don't you just continue? Why have you decided not to continue the story of who he really is? You fucking camper van, I'm stealing that. I mean, I do feel it might it might not make a lot of sense to anyone else, but if you want to call people that, like, I don't think it's not the worst thing you could say. And to make an Xbox account, I wanted to quickly get on Call of Duty with my mates. And so Xbox said, oh, sorry, I thought you meant like it was an automatic choice. Like you automatically knew that's what you wanted. But yeah, I get you now. That's hilarious. That's a very good origin story. I like it a lot. I like that Xbox was advertising Winnebago's. That's incredible. What the fuck just happened? That was so aggressive. I think I do struggle a bit with fighting these guys. I don't really know what it wants me to do. Like, I think I just need to keep spamming thunder. But... Excuse me. I keep burping. I ask myself why, but then I do also have 3 empty cans of fizzy drinks. Like, I'm really doing it to myself, aren't I?
Toys be broken, no matter how many times I've seen it happen. Such is the case when you truly enjoy your work. Now, for the next step.
Oh, not elaborate on the soldier thing. Did the whispers remove the memory from Hoja like they do with Aerith? So what's stopping him from just remembering it again is only in the case of simple as Hoja looking at Cloud to remember he wasn't really a soldier like yet. Whispers. I think it's maybe probably an oversight. Oh, this bit's like whack-a-mole, isn't it?
Look, now's our chance to kill the bastard. Time for you to pay the piper.
They never learn.
Commencing test. All personnel must evacuate area. Commencing test.
Whoa, that was so cool though. Some very, very good. What would that be? What kind of math? Some kind of math.
Be a good boy and keep the other pets company.
Shit, looks like Red might need our help up there.
Is it geometry? These fucking things!
Buzz off. You're mine.
Geometry shapes. That's a good point. I think you might be right.
You're done. Enough.
What is it? What the fuck is it?
There. I'll end this.
Fucking math. Oh. Nice.
Watch and learn.
Hello. Have you... Sora hasn't had dinner yet, has he, James? Would you like to come feed him?
Catch you sleeping? I know you can
Gotcha.
do it. Come on, we're going. Get out of here.
It really is weird to me that Hojo wouldn't say more
What's that thing?
about Cloud being...
Sorry. You got away. forget about him for now.
About Cloud being a, not a soldier. It's very strange to me and I don't really understand it.
This ain't a hospital, is it?
Test subjects don't receive treatment. They're enhanced.
Now what?
What the fuck? It's like the train yard, train graveyard. There are ghostly things happening. What is this thing? It looks like Pot of Greed
Remembers us.
in Pokemon. I forgot to
Calling fire.
add assess. Oh, the fuck. Ah, nice. Okay, it's weak thunder. What in? What in the fuck? Oh no. Bar doesn't have any spells, I just noticed. Amazing. What is the... What is happening? I don't know what to do. So what the fuck? This is starting to look like Final Fantasy XIV right now. What is what I don't
Gonna enjoy this. Gotta be careful. Ain't dead yet. Won't last long.
Why I just took a mega potion? Why didn't it work?
You're mine. Now you're in for it. Any last words?
I am not sure what I should be back chesting at. I really don't know. There's too much happening right now.
You're out of luck. That's that. Don't know what happened.
Dude, that was fucking mental. What the fuck was happening? I'm overwhelmed also. What the fuck? I did not catch that. In the refocus limit, Cloud does the same stance what the Buster Sword Zack does in the last stand. I don't remember that. Truth be told. I don't remember looking at it properly. I might have if I had looked at Cloud properly, but I think I was very overwhelmed. I never did that limit break until now either, so to be fair, I could just do it again at some point. And then, and only then, I will understand. Do Zack again. A really, really important character who's integral to the plot. Well, basically, he was a soldier that was kind of friendly with Cloud, and then he died, and Cloud has, in a state of complete mental anguish and stress, he has sort of taken on Zack's kind of life, really, I guess. So Cloud believes he's a soldier, like Zack was, but he actually wasn't. That's the whole plot of Final Fantasy VII. I can't wait to have a sweet, sweet Oreo ice cream.
One step at a time, please.
I don't see any elevators around here.
I'll let Tifa and Aerith know.
Should we go up then? What are you doing? Oh, you're having one of those ice pop things. Yeah, it will be. It's been in there for months. Rinse it. Rinse it in warm water. Not really. It's a big block of ice. It'll be fine.
Want to get in? We need to go all the way back to the central terminal.
But the door we used to get here is shut. So what now?
The passages have to be connected somehow.
I do think this part is the bit that I find the most difficult. Possibly. No, it's not that simple for me.
Doesn't mean it's not just a straight line.
It's not that simple. It's literally not straight lines. It's windy lines.
It's not a straight line.
It's like a big knot.
The game's tricky. You're falling into the game's illusion of depth. It's just a straight line.
Okay, well, what if it was also not a straight line to me?
My turn.
It doesn't matter if it's one, you still just go forward. You don't understand. It's difficult for me. It all looks the same to me. I can't differentiate any of it. That's why I keep forgetting which way I came from and which way I need to go. Red, we're coming for you. You'll be fine.
Great. On it.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Tifa, you there? Red fell.
Yes.
Can you try to get to him?
Something is very wrong. My dog got loose. He's not wearing a collar or a lead. Oh, dear God.
Make me mad.
Where do I go from here, though? I don't know where to go from here, though. Fuck's sake, it's Aerith that must have it.
Go on.
Fuck, I didn't know you were still there.
Hang right down.
Finish him off.
Which way? Which way? Which way is the other way? No, literally, where do I go? Literally, oh, I don't, where do I go? Where do I go? Where do I go? Where? Oh, this is ladder. I didn't see it. I didn't see the ladder. I see it now. I'm panicking. Hinaki's gonna die and it's gonna be all my fault.
You're up. So it's my turn? Yeah. You're burning up. Let's finish this, but I gotta. Get in there. Right, my turn.
Okay, and run here.
That's the way
Quick,
to do it.
quick. Red is gonna die. He's never gonna get to see Bugenhagen again.
Now, let's get this over.
Bugenhagen. How do you say it? Bugenhagen. Bugenhagen. I think all are valid.
Bugenhagen.
Hey, until I get that name voiced, there is no confirmation. Is it ever voiced in any of the compilation? I don't think it is. I'm gonna say it's not, because why would it be? He's not like a very big character.
What?
In
He is!
in any other story, he's only important in the OG.
Oh, you mean the only important story?
No, but I mean like he's not a main character in any of the compilation.
You okay?
I saw most of the compilation.
No, Crisis Core. Before.
Yeah, true. Zach should have met Bugenhagen.
I'm surprised he didn't.
Actually, they just found the entrance to the 4th ward. But to unlock it, they have to access the central terminal, which they cannot do from their position.
Maybe we can get to it instead. Yeah, let's try.
He has a pretty big role in. Are you being serious? Wait, he does? Oh. Flash said that he has a pretty big role in Before Crisis. That's not voiced, is it? Oh, it would be. Wait, no, it's the mobile app. I'm sorry, I forget.
Before Crisis, classic Before Crisis being.
Come on, man, don't.
honest.
You can't. You have to understand, okay?
I have to understand.
I You'll have to tell me things a lot of times for it to sink in. It's hard to remember. I keep forgetting why I haven't played it. I just need to remind myself that I haven't played it because I can't. It doesn't exist. Are you ready, Red? Look, this is for you. Go.
It's my turn.
Do a good jump. Honestly, if I had another Shiba, I'd name him Nanaki. Oh, would I though? The only thing about that is I feel like people would be really confused. So when I tell them his name, they'd be like, you know what? And as it is, the vets keep calling Sora she. So I'm like,
And it's not moving.
like, you aren't wrong. If we named our dog Bobby Corwin, I guess they
I
would.
don't like this one bit.
All that remains is the 4th ward.
Sorry, what?
You must trust in Cloud and Barrett to see it through.
But what?
Bako.
Bako?
Yeah.
The fuck does that mean? Why? Hey, what? Hi, Simon. Welcome.
First 2 letters of Bobby and first 2 letters of Corwin. Bako.
That's.
It's creative, isn't it? I came up with that myself.
Who is Bobby Corwin?
I'm next dog.
One day James will reveal to me what Bobby Corwin is, but I'm not gonna Google it or anything because I think one day it'll be really fun when he finally reveals. James came up with it himself. Oh wait, so he didn't then, is what you're saying? Hey, bud. Sora's really not doing good in the heat.
What's this?
No, don't, no. Is that safe?
Yeah.
Oh, you Googled it? I mean.
Really, buddy?
He's
I
on
can't
trip.
have that now.
Wait, can you see? He's feeding him a frozen Coke thing. Coca-Cola thing. Cola. I never say. We don't say cola really ever, do we? Or do we? Do you say cola? I feel like that's quite American. Whereas we just say Coke, because even Pepsi is Coke to me. Is he liking it? he retreated. I don't think you can see properly. Oh, my eyelashes are in my eye. Ugh. I wish you could see, but you can't. Bobby Corwin is redacted. I don't fucking know. I don't. You're messing with me over this Bobby Corwin stuff. I just don't know who or what. Ugh.
It's our next dog.
I'm not naming our next dog
I saw
that.
it in a dream.
So it's in a dream.
Come on, really?
Yeah, really. For real.
It's on you. Here goes.
We're getting there.
Too much?
This bit, none of this game has been as difficult as I remember. Like, as in navigationally. Because even though I've struggled, it's been, like,
He's loving this.
not too bad. That's wonderful.
Go for it now.
That wasn't so bad.
Go on the sword, man.
Okay, I'll put it on.
Can you see him?
Yeah.
You can.
Yeah. I'm enjoying it, actually. It's really fun to watch. He looks really happy. Wait, so we need to do the fourth ward. Right? Wait, is it the fourth one I want?
You just want the VHS first, I think.
Do I?
I think so.
No, because I need to open it.
Wait, what? What is that? Wait. Oh yeah, you got the
Fourth
VHS.
ward. Yes, it is. Okay, thank you. Flash, stop! Just because James did it. You set a bad example. Now Flash is spamming yes.
Transfusion procedure complete. Commencing test of augmented research specimen.
You're so happy.
This was a good
Are you
idea,
sure it's safe? Definitely.
Yeah,
I googled it. Okay.
Let's go give the others the news.
That's really funny. I mean, it is just flavored ice. I don't really imagine it would be dangerous, but
Do you like that already? Yeah. Oh, he wants more.
hey, motherfucker! If I said it once, you wouldn't read it. How do you know? What the fuck? Oh, I do need to go on the thing now so that they can. Where is it? Do I have to go all the way back? I think I can go across, can't I? Is that right? Go across here. Oh, wait. So that's that one. And then, so I need to open that one. Which I can't do from here, so I guess I do just need to go across.
He's biting. Oh my god.
Gotta win at all costs.
That's it.
How many hours we in? 7.5. It's fine. I'm surprisingly, like, I've been more tired on a 2-hour stream. No, that's not to say I'm not tired, but I'm surprisingly okay.
No surprises there.
Would we want to go up here now?
Can you still see him?
Yeah. Okay, no, I need to go through where I came from. It's because of the Hojo line. It was the rush of adrenaline you got from the Final Fantasy VII pipeline. That's so true. That really woke me up. That's what's captivated me the most is the fact that Hojo straight up is like, hey, remember the biggest part of the original game? Here it is. That's crazy to me. I really am interested to know where it's gonna go. I'm excited for all these theory videos. Gotta get watching.
But we can't use it for some reason.
Hojo did something, I know it.
There's only
That's
one
fine.
thing we can do.
That's
We
like
need to head to
multiple
the
ones
fourth
being
ward,
1 hour, so
just
it's
like
fine.
once.
We unlocked it on our side. You should be able to get in.
Very good. They're gonna wake you up. They're gonna make you float. Oh, you just took the whole thing. I hope you enjoyed that.
Right. Now we head back
You
to that
guys
door.
say what happens to everyone. That's great. It's very fascinating. And I still want to just see how it plays out, you know? I'm scared that I'm not gonna understand the ending.
I guess.
I remember, yeah, so I remember, like, it shows Zack, and I think he's defeated the people that were supposed to kill him in Crisis Core. And, there's something about Genova. There's something to do with Genova.
Guess so.
Like you fight a bunch of Genova things.
Friendly guy, but he has a hard time opening.
Can you head back upstairs for me, please?
That makes 2 of us.
Thank you.
Clean
He's
it
got
up.
your back.
That's fine.
You
I'll.
don't afford to get sticky.
Makes 2 of us.
True.
Yeah, you made it sticky.
I don't want to watch gameplay again. Yeah, that's right. You're stuck with me. That's just how it's gotta be today. And every day. We can't be giving Sora too many cola flavored ice pops. I quite like this boss fight, to be fair. The one that's about to come up. I vaguely remember this is something. Is it like a long thing? I remember this is something. Is it like a long thing? That's an iconic quote. Yeah, it's like a fish skeleton, right? Yeah, it's like an eel, kind of. Flying fish spot. Dude, that thing, there's no way a sword can do damage to this, but, you know. No, please. It's... Yeah, so we gotta do magic, I think. Ah, and I'm with goddamn Barrett, who has no materia because I'm an idiot. I don't know what to do now. I don't have assess either to check. Oh, that's not even what it's weak to. Fuck me. Oh, no. What's that noise? Is that James? I swear I heard like thunder. And maybe it was thunder, but...
No escape.
Okay, so it's not weak to that either. So, could it be weak to... Oh, I'm so fucked! What do I do? I don't have the right stuff at all.
Damn it.
think it's coming this way.
That's actually, this is very cool. Okay, now we're gonna try Antiva doesn't have good magic. No, please don't kill Eric yet. Fuck.
This might be it.
Ooh, that was close.
Here it comes. One more shot.
Okay, what about Blizzard? Yeah, okay, it's weak to ice. There we go. It's kind of a shit limit, but I suppose it'll do. Nice, easy mode is good. Highly recommend for efficiency. When the combat system is down. Yeah, Aerith.
That's enough.
Again, you triumph. I'd be disappointed if you didn't. Yes, I believe I have just about all the data that I require. Then we are ready to proceed to the next stage.
This is super weird.
Yes, we got it to work.
Donkey used that clip for this review and it's really funny. I got this. This is all very, very weird.
Could this be a trap?
I'm gonna need some I need a big conversation to help me process this. There's so much.
All right.
Full
if you
stop.
say so.
There's so much. Fuck you guys. I don't think I'll stream tomorrow. I think I will do Yuffie DLC Sunday
No, something tells me that we aren't. Call it a hunch.
instead of tomorrow.
I hear
Like, because obviously I was planning to do them back to back, but since I'm just doing 2 streams in one right now, then I guess it should be fine, shouldn't it?
I think it might be locked from this side.
Should we open it up then?
Take the day off. I can do Ever Crisis. Cool. Very cool.
Hey, you guys.
Oh, true. We won't be tearing you apart in half Flash because we won't be live at the same time.
Band's back together. Past time we got out of here and made our way to the roof.
Aerith is
There's an
adorable.
elevator just
Yeah,
over there,
she's great. I love her a lot too.
but it will move only at Hojo's discretion.
The gang is back to the band is what I should say. The band is back together. Okay, what's the plan here? So will this take me to where I need to go? Is this right? Okay, no it won't. So I have to go the other way. That was so funny. She's just so happy to be alive. That's actually an incredible clip. I can't believe it exists. Let's go around this way. And here. And here. God, I am so bad at this. It's very difficult for me
Well,
to
okay
navigate.
then. Looks
I
like
don't
the
know
elevator's
why.
working.
It appears Hojo's done having his fun.
Glad to hear he enjoyed the show.
Why do you think my life experiences have amounted to me being terrible at directions?
Hey.
Why am I like that? What do you think happened in my life to make me that way?
What the hell's going on?
Who would?
We may find out soon.
Let's go.
So what's above this floor?
The president's office, and then the roof.
Once we get in that elevator, there's no turning back.
We're ready. Right?
By the way,
elevator can take us down to the central terminal again. Now's the time for any unfinished
it's like a
business.
pet peeve for you. You don't
Ready to do
you
this.
do not want people
go.
to ever tell you about the point of no return. I honestly, I'm not bothered. I do not mind. Point of no return. Yeah, in fact, I appreciate being told. Personally, it doesn't take me out of the experience. But if it does you, then I appreciate, you know, I get that. It sucks. Is a bug in here? I think it's okay, but I just thought I said bug. So this is like voluptuous purple goop instead of blood, which is actually an interesting change because censorship. But you could also look at it as like, because he's doing it again, oh well, if you know for a fact it's not intentional, then yeah.
That bastard hiding.
And Sephiroth?
Wait, I can hear something.
Hello.
Is anyone out there?
Rufus Shinra is about to take the second L of his life. Well, it's actually the first one. He's taking the first L.
Is anyone out there?
Alright. Unfortunately, you're gonna die now.
Hey! Hey! Is anyone out there?
He's really reminding me of, like,
Help me!
one of the, what are they called?
Hey!
You know, like the fish people in Zelda?
Help me!
It's kind of reminding me of that. How do I get to you?
Help me! Well, well, well. Pull me up! I'll give you all the money you want. I have killed plenty of it. Thing is, I don't want your money. Please. Just let me live. Everything you want can be yours. I'm a man of modest dreams. Dropping you from 70 stories up would get me damn near to good. But not all the way. You want something more, don't you? More than this right here? Talk to me again like you know me.
Barrett! Stop it!
You're gonna get on TV and tell them. Tell them what you did to Sector 7. That it was you who killed all those people. Then, you're gonna tell them the truth about Avalanche. that Avalanche ain't Wu-Ta or anybody's puppet. That Avalanche fights for the people, the planet. That we fight to hold Shinra to account for its crimes. That is Avalanche, the filthy sewer rats who brought down a Goliath. You tell them that.
Is that really all you want? For your names to be cleared? That is what matters most to you? More than shutting down the reactors? Than the future of the planet itself?
Huh? Damn.
You're lying to yourself even now. Truth, justice, honor, freedom.
That gun was in the museum, I think. Or like
Picture it.
a picture of it or something.
A world without Shinra, without Mako energy. A stagnant, impotent world. Now picture a natural disaster. Who would help the people? Help them recover and rebuild? You? With their old world ruined, will they thank you for the new? I'm going to give you a chance. One last opportunity to consider what your principles are truly worth. But bear in mind that time is of the essence.
And what about you, Mr. President? What are your vaunted principles?
What principles? Did you understand even a single word of what I told you? I know what I want, and I take it. I take advantage of whatever I can, and discard that which I cannot. There is no room for sentiment or guilt.
You son of a bitch!
What the Whispers think Bat really is able to... I do remember this happening, but he... They save him somehow. Why did the Whispers stop Barrett from obviously not killing Sephiroth, but they allowed Sephiroth to kill Barrett? Don't get it. What on earth?
The source of everything.
Yeah, I have like a weird image of this in my head.
What's happening?
It's... What does that mean, that this source of everything?
Stay back.
But I was gonna say it's cool to see one of the Genova boss things. Why do you hate the name Dreamweaver? What's wrong with it? I don't really know what it means, but I think it sounds cool. Chris, hello. I mean, it's Genova. It is. It is a Genova. I guess I just... I get... I'm actually very confused. Like, even with the knowledge of the game, I am confused.
Someone looks kind of shaky.
Rejection.
Needs more
files original version of the policy.
This one's for you.
The original birth, life, death. Yeah. This is the pulse comes with the birth, but now it's called Dreamweaver and it's stupid. Right, because it doesn't line up. Right, yeah. See, I didn't think about that.
Too bright? Okay. Can you take over for me?
I wonder, like, there's gotta be, like, there has to be a reason to all of these changes and for not keeping things the same as the original. They I don't know. I think they need to look at it in not such a cynical way, but it's hard because I really like the original. I don't want it to be different.
Why don't you lead the way? Just a little.
No, I don't think I like it a huge amount, but I'm still interested. Like, I don't want to write it off yet. Because while I don't understand it, it is only the first entry. I'm gonna... Oh, let's do refocus so we can...
Gotcha. Gotta step it up.
Oh, yeah! That is the move Zack does! Interesting. No, let's do yeah, I think now's a good time to bring out Chocobo. Nice, that's what happens when you don't play the game properly. Well, she's not even fucking aiming at it. Fuck.
It's your turn. Okay, let's go. Get him.
Fuck. You want me to try a super boss tomorrow? Fuck. Look, I'm not that bad. It would be fine.
Taking over.
Stay back.
See, this track is not as good as it is in the original. Like, it's always good, but like, it's not as good.
It's on you.
I'll take care of him. Go on. This
Where are the other ones then? Am I missing one still?
Thank you. One more shot.
We can do the limit in a second. No, not working. Okay, oh, because there's more tentacles.
It's on you.
I got you.
Okay. Is that... Is this right? Okay, there we go.
Bring it on.
I do love these tracks though.
I won't let you down.
I love this track so much.
Stay back. So it's my turn? Bless them. You've got this. Let me handle this.
What is that then?
Bring it on. Just go away. Get him.
Keep at it.
Just a minute.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that one.
Lend me your strength. This one's for you.
Yay. What? I like the creepy sounds.
HQ, this is Avalanche 3-1. Taking another pass to search for friendlies.
Barrett, are you hurt?
Don't think so.
This death was not the one ordained for you by fate.
Thanks.
Yeah, I will take all of the original tracks. I just think they have more character. It's maybe the way I describe it. I just think like they have, yeah, they have more character. Whereas this is good. They're still really good, but I think they sound less unique. Totally agree. That's actually a great way to describe it. Hey! W take for the first time of my life. Oh, that's so cool. They've got the little Twitter emojis. That's cool.
Sephiroth!
Now, see, I actually do think that makes sense, but how the fuck did I even, like, what did I think was happening when I played this the first time? What the fuck did I think was going on, man? Like, what on earth? There's still so much left. We gotta do the whole breakout bit. And then we gotta do
About time we made our escape too.
the final boss. Honestly, it isn't that much, really. In my head, it seems like a lot, though. No, there were nice people on there.
Shit.
Yeah, that is true. It's just a bunch of boss fights, isn't it?
Sure you want to do this personally, boss?
He gonna take the first L of his career, but not the last. Rufus Shinner takes the L. He takes the L. Oh god, it's so funny. L. I can't.
Heir to the throne himself.
Yep.
His pants are pretty fucking cool, though. Like, that is fashion. He likes fashion. He has taste. Good taste.
Stop.
The hell I will. We can finish off the family here and now.
Take Aerith and get out of here. I'll buy you guys some time.
I can stay here, back you up.
Barrett. I'm asking you. Please.
Oh, fine. Have it your way then. But you better be right behind us.
You're a soldier, aren't you? Which, of course, would mean that I own you.
Ex-soldier. I quit.
Secure the others. Just the two of us. Well,
Poor doggy.
maybe three.
Let's get this over with.
Don't say that. Naughty. Naughty.
Okay, so... I'm sorry, little doggy.
They're a problem.
don't like fire. No, he does not mind fire. He's all for fire.
Settle down now.
He did just pick me up by the throat. What a well-trained doggy.
Not bad.
No, you bastard. You gotta get the dog first, don't you? But it's like not weak to anything. Ooh, perfect time for a limit. I really hate chefing up this poor doggy. I know it's an evil dog, but I don't know, I still feel bad.
Got my number? Not at all. You're making me sweat. Good thing I came prepared.
What? What's on those coins? The sword. Hey, that was pretty cool, I won't lie. Oh, what the fuck?
Okay.
Stop curing him, you little bastard. I need to cure myself now. Or things aren't gonna work out too good. Stop doing that. It's very annoying.
You're done.
I feel bad that I'm killing his pet right in front of him. He's so well trained too. No, stop defending the dog. Like as much as I I keep forgetting to put assess back on, so I don't know. I'm sorry. Oh,
Now
I
it's
didn't even
just
kill
the
you.
two of us.
Let's make it a night to remember.
It's on for real now?
Yeah, you should be on it. Come, Bruce.
I assumed it needed like a good amount of damage. That's why I used my limit on it.
Stick around. Keep it up.
Nice. Easy mode be easy.
I could end this, here and now.
No, not quite. Tonight marks a new beginning. For Shinra!
You gotta be better than this. If you're gonna play the hero.
Think they can manage on their own?
You've seen them both in action. You know they can. Besides... What was that? Gotta believe they made it out.
I hope so.
Damn it.
Hey.
Screw it. We gotta go back.
Hey.
What, Red? Get down!
We're cool. Everything's cool. Barrett! Not again! You can't stop me! For Biggs! For Jesse! Tifa! And Barrett too! I'm sorry, Cloud. Just tell me that I made a difference.
I don't understand how he could survive that. But everyone's like, oh, they all survive. How?
Hey, still in one piece?
Yeah, somehow.
Save it for later.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me!
Whispers could have carried him somewhere instead of dropping him. Oh, I see your point. So he didn't necessarily get pushed down. He might have been carried down and then out and somewhere else. Interesting point, Chris. Valid, I will say. That sounds plausible. I didn't think of that. Angry emote.
Get ready.
I was born with red.
I kind of remember this for some reason. I remember being here doing this.
Barrier drones damaged. Overriding main cannon safety protocols.
I probably did struggle with it, that's true. Ah, shit, I thought I got out of that.
It looks like it's charging up.
Now, it's right on.
I'll blow it to pieces!
Nothing I can do about that. I like that her dodge is a little twirl. It's so fun. It's like not my favorite dodge feeling wise, but I like it. I think it's a fun dodge.
You jittery?
No. No. I almost ran straight back into that.
Now, it's right on.
I was so close.
Get him! You jittery? That's it!
Come on, charge up. I needed to do big ether.
Maybe this? Too bright? Let's get serious. Go on.
The original Final Fantasy VII is the best game ever. So good.
How shocking.
Defensive systems compromised. Threat level elevated.
You'll see. Can you take over for me? I'll take care of them. Too bright? Go on.
I feel like I don't know what I am supposed to be doing because I don't think this is going very well.
How shocking. That's it. You jittery? A bonus. Go on.
Why did it work before, but now I'm clearly just missing something.
Get him. How shocking.
Why? I do plan to play Final Fantasy IX for sure. I'm gonna play, I think, possibly all the Pixel ones first. Thought about it. I've gone back and forth a lot on what I was gonna do. But I think that's what I'm gonna do. What the fuck? What am I meant? What?
One more shot.
I don't understand. I'll stream Persona one day, and I'll stream Kingdom Hearts again, and I will also just be doing like non-JRPG stuff too as well. Like what was it that I was thinking about recently that I will... There's something. Dude, I'm struggling so bad right now. I need help. What am I doing wrong? I'm playing this so badly. Nope, he didn't have any materia. I don't think there's been a chance for me to... Has there?
I'll show you what I can do.
This is the worst boss fight of my life. Look how badly this is going. I don't know what else to do. I don't know what else to do. I'm kind of stuck because they don't have, like, Barret doesn't have materia. I don't understand what to do. This is quite simply fucked. Ah, shit. Well, I didn't think to do that, did I?
Let me teach him a lesson. I'll take care of this. It's your turn now. You jittery?
Threat level critical.
I didn't realize I'd had, like, an opportunity. We can do a summon? Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake! And the summon is Carbuncle. That's great.
You willing to step up for us?
This is so fucked. This is such a scuffed fucking boss fight. I have royally fucked this up. Oh. Nice. This is so bad. This is so bad. I want to die. No, not actually, but like in real life, not in the game. I'd rather die in real life. Okay, so what I don't understand this boss, and also I'm so ill-equipped for this. It's embarrassing. Oh my god, I don't know what I don't know what I'm doing. This is terrible. Oh no. Oh, come on. I guess it slightly touched off me.
You'll feel better in a second. Stay strong and carry on.
Well, I mean, Aerith has 1 or 2 materias, but it's kind of fucked.
Too bright? Get him! Hey, you ready?
Please end this now. End this now, end this now, end it now, end it now. Come on, 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 come on. No! Did that just waste his goddamn fucking limit too? Fuck you. You. Fuck you. You motherfucker! Fuck you! You absolute. That's such bullshit! If I had just not used the limit, I could have used it just now. That's some bullshit. That's you. This is you. You suck. You suck.
Don't worry, I can handle this.
Can you though? Like, how do I?
Let's
finish this quick.
We
on, Barry, please, please, Barry, please. I'm so scared. Barry, please. That was so close. It was so close. Me right now. Ah, that was so close. My God.
Hell they are.
And we need to find a way we can all escape, and quickly.
You're right. Let's go.
It's fucking 4:30 in the morning. How is this still going on? Stop saying 2 hours. Genuinely, I actually do think it is still 2 hours, isn't it? It's like, we said 2 hours at 3 hours ago, didn't we? That took so much longer than it should have. Oh my God. I cannot believe how poorly that went. Oh God. What? I need to. But Flash. James, be serious. Be serious. Are we actually still? Because we need to bust out of here, do that, boss, and then the end of the road thing, the end of the road, crossroad, whatever it is called. I'm not sure. Taking our tops. Yeah, I guess that's not too bad. We might need to have a shorter, more reasonable discussion then, because. Because I'm gonna go insane. I'm going to go crazy.
We have them surrounded, sir.
Every fucking weekend I fuck my sleep pattern up so badly.
Here we are. So then, what is this ragtag group of misfits I see before me? Avalanche.
Local florist.
Lab rat dog.
Where are the rest of you? Charming.
It's funny.
Though not what I would have chosen as my last words.
Good last words. Up your ass.
The idiot and the dog.
Do you reckon like a death row inmate has said that as their last words before being executed? There's definitely some funny last words, isn't there?
Now, it's time I return the favor.
Wait. Everyone get in.
Stop them, you fools! Don't let them escape!
That's insane.
Let's roll.
Why has he always got a...
That's insane. That was so mental. I love that though. Iconic. Yeah.
Home free, Red.
I wouldn't celebrate just yet.
Man, you need to lighten up. Hell, you might even try smiling. Second thought, maybe frowning suits you better.
No, I think it's beautiful smile.
Look.
Whoa! Are you guys seeing this?
What did Barrett say again? So the Whispers are there to make sure they stay on the bad path to, which is the Whispers are there to make sure that Final Fantasy VII plays out. Wait. No, didn't he say that they're there to make sure that they stay doomed or something? Which means that will be fighting against Final Fantasy VII OG. Yeah, I said that and then I realized that was wrong. Flash. I was like, wait, no, that wouldn't be the bad outcome. That's the good outcome because they saved the world. Why? Why are they swarming?
What is all this?
Is something wrong, sir? I see. Very good. The men are on standby, sir. Your orders.
Bring them in.
It's like the whole damn building's made of them.
Yeah.
I don't understand. What are they doing? Who knows?
Wedge, you don't think he got caught up in it, do you?
If he did, I hope he's okay.
They're coming.
Who? This we don't need.
Time to go.
Whispers are literally plot armor. But yeah. But I thought the whole time that the Whispers were there to keep things on track with the original. But the Whispers are there to keep things on track to make sure they go badly. They are no, but didn't Barrett say that they're doomed and they want them to stay doomed or something? What did Barrett say about them? He said when I paused it and I was like, haha. Am I just recalling that scene wrong? You've gone insane. I need to look at that scene again.
I'm trying, but it won't go any faster.
How the hell do we get saddled with this junk?
I mean, it's faster than me's, or at least as fast. Oh shit, yeah, you have to hold. Yeah, oops. I thought about it right after I did it.
Go over right now. We will use lethal force to make you comply. Get ahead of them.
Keep it up.
I feel like I always struggled a lot with the motorbike sections. I played the earlier one on normal, and that one was fine, but... well, it was mostly fine, but I'm playing this one easy, so I'll never know now. There we go.
Stubborn bastards!
Look! Come on!
Nicely done. They did well to get out of that, to be fair.
And let that be a lesson to you.
Firing warning shot.
Heads up.
That chopper's all mine! I'll bring it down real quick!
Oh, I hate these types of things. I hate this, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this. I hate this. Oh, I hate this, because I'm bad at it. Wow, thanks.
Try catching us now, you bastards!
I hate to spoil the celebration. There's more.
It's on you!
Come on, let me get him.
Don't give up now, you guys! Show me what you can do! What the?
Bring it home!
Goodness, my ear.
It's actually not lol.
You can do it!
Keep your guard up!
How do you guard R1?
Keep your guard up.
Get him what's coming to him!
This charge is way faster than the other one.
Keep your guard up.
Everyone just keeps telling me to keep my guard up, but like I don't even need to right now.
Let's pick up the pace!
I just went and splashed water on my face. I need to be prepared for the amount of bat chests coming up. I can't wait. This guy's tough, I'll give him that. One of the few things I think is a net positive change from the original is making the motorball a motorcycle minigame boss. The motorball, like the big guy. Wait, you said the motorball. Is that the thing I just killed? What is that?
Shit, we got incoming.
Oh, it is the big boss you mean then. Ah.
The bikes are all yours, Cloud.
Targeting vehicle wheel.
You bastards! Ah, I can't escape it.
Firing warning shot. Target acquired.
Fucking fuck you.
Preparing to engage target.
Oh Christ.
Firing warning shot.
Oh, then this is on fucking easy too. This ain't easy.
Targeting vehicle wheel.
Think you can tank us? Well, think again, asshole. That's it. I'm taking you down. We done here?
Wow.
You good?
Somehow.
Cloud, you okay?
I guess
So now
it is weird. It's I think the rules of the Whispers are not clearly defined. And they're not being, whatever rule they're working with, it doesn't seem like there is one at all, actually. I think that's the issue. It doesn't seem like the Whispers have an actual rule that they follow. It's a bit too random, so it doesn't really make sense to me. Unless anyone would like to explain it to me, but it doesn't, I don't think it makes sense. It's confusing.
come on, you see the piece of shit we're driving here.
Possess the 300-pound sack of it.
Hey!
Don't give up.
No turning back.
Let's pick up the pace. Get ready. Don't give in now, guys. It's on you. We're kinda in a hurry.
I know you explained it to me, and I understand it. I understand it. I just think that it doesn't actually, it's not consistent.
Bring it.
Right? Not crazy for thinking that, am I? It's not. It's not. We've literally talked multiple times throughout these streams about how we're like, why did they do that but not this? Why did they do this but not that? I just feel like, I don't know. I think maybe whoever decides, maybe they actually do have a rule that they could explain, but I don't know what that could be.
You can do it.
I'm surprised that I'm actually only just noticing I'm quite hungry. Because I'll tell you what I had for dinner. I had 5 mozzarella dippers. And then I had... Go this way. And then I had a oven, like a TV dinner type meal thing. Which was not very big. It was like a bolognese. And that's what I had for dinner. And that was almost that was about 9 hours ago, I would say. Oh, I forgot that when it's staggered, I'm meant to be hitting it. Good job. No mercy, boy. Fuck.
Keep up the pressure, okay?
I would, but I'm really struggling to catch up with him. Almost there.
Come on.
Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button. Shit. For a second there, I just wasted a few hits. How do you slow down? How do you slow down? How do you slow down again? Fuck. Oh, I did press brake. I thought I hadn't because that didn't seem right. Thank God this thing is charging pretty quickly. Because, yeah, like in the other motorcycle fight, the thing takes ages to recharge. Let's go! Yeah! Easy mode is so satisfying.
Let's finish him off. Come on.
Go for the head. With pleasure.
This is where the game starts. Good one. Get it? Because it's him. It's that guy. When I was playing the original, they kept saying that like all the way up until I was at the fucking end. It was ridiculous. I'm so tired. The tiredness is hitting. SS. Cool. Will do. Oh, maybe not. Okay, yeah, cool. I also do need to, that. I also do need to sort everybody else out. I don't think we really need any more items. We have so many. I presume I should probably sort everyone out now, though. Ooh. Oh. Should I use that? No, I think I'd rather give it to someone else. And Tifa. What does MRW mean? Yeah, that's fine. Because I don't need to give him too much. My reaction when... Oh! Sorry. Yeah, there's nothing else I really need. Then we can do that. And then that. I think that's fine. And yeah, I think that's honestly fine. It doesn't matter too much. Just wanna run on over as far as we can go. Another feather.
Okay, asshole, let's...
Don't. And you're wrong.
Those who look with clouded eyes see nothing but shadows.
Everything about you is wrong.
I like that line. Why are you guys? Why is he making a meme?
Should this world be unmade?
I heard James laugh at me.
The world won't end today. But you will.
Listen. Destiny comes.
Here it is. There he is. The one and only. How they duplicated the Buster Sword?
We drag our asses all this way. This is the welcome we get.
So this is, yeah, this is the ending of Crisis Core.
Boy, oh boy. The price of freedom is steep. Embrace your dreams. And
at your honor.
I know, yeah, of course, of
As a
course.
soldier. Come and get it!
I'm waiting, Cloud.
This is the point of no return.
That is funny. That is funny. I mean, like, look.
Destiny's crossroads.
Then why did you stop me?
I'm not really sure. What will we find on the other side? Freedom. Boundless, terrifying freedom. Like a great, never-ending sky. What you heard just now were the voices of the planet. Those born into this world, who lived and who died, who returned. They're howling in pain.
Because of him, Sephiroth?
Their words, they don't reach him. All these moments and memories, precious and fleeting, they're like rain rolling off his back. And when they're gone, he won't cry or shout or anything. He'd tell you that he only cares about the planet, that he'd do everything in his power to protect and preserve it. But this isn't the way it's supposed to be. There's no greater threat to the planet than him. Sephiroth has to be stopped. He has to be. And that's why I'm asking you to help me. I know that together we can do this. But if we do, we'll be changing more than fate itself. If we succeed, if we win, we'll be changing ourselves. I guess maybe that's why I hesitated.
Gave me a mini jump scare.
You said it yourself. He has to be stopped. And frankly, I've heard enough howling for a lifetime.
I love you guys' passion. You make these streams worth it because I have no idea what's happening. That's so sweet, Win. I'm glad you're enjoying the utter just like they care. They can't fucking control it. It's insane. You're witnessing dialogue that was written with great care, by the way. That's the second time, the second and only other time the word is used. Memories. Yeah, true. You and James ruined it in a different way. So you like double hate it. What are the allegations? I don't see them. Oh, the guy who said Remake only makes minor changes. Only he stuck around. He didn't like that. So we'll never know. We're never ever gonna know what he meant when he said that it only makes minor changes, which I really don't get, because there are big changes. Like, I get that there's also a lot of minor ones, but there also are big changes, such as revealing Cloud is not a soldier that early on. And then also, I don't know, maybe this? I remember 20 minutes ago when the Whisper saved Bart's life. Now he's just up for killing them all because Earth says so. Yeah, I guess that is weird. I didn't notice that at first though, because I think he doesn't understand them, right? So he's seen them do good and bad. So like, for me that's not egregious. If he's seen them do good and he's seen them do bad, then he sees them as a little bit uncontrollable, a little bit random. Well, they were fighting them, weren't they? And like they were, stopping him and them from doing things, right? You should question her. Yeah, you probably should go, but they saved me. And then Earth can go, yeah, but they don't actually, like, they're not here to do good or evil. They're like, they are a roadblock. I guess he doesn't see them as beings, as people or anything. They are like, just, I guess they are just monsters to be destroyed. Okay, but like, why? Yeah, I do agree. There should have been some hesitation. We're back from the dead. Yeah, you would think potentially being brought back from the dead would make him be like, maybe though they are not bad? I don't know. I really need to think about my thoughts on all of this. Hey Aqua, how are you? Welcome. Hope you're doing really good. Oh man, I bit my tongue. I can hear, every time you laugh, it's very loud. I can hear you. So serves you right. Alright. So weird. Just wait what happens when you walk through the portal. If you have thoughts now, just wait until what happens when you walk through the portal. Can I get a drink? Yes, you can get drink. Oh my god. This is this, wait, what's the longest stream I've ever done again? Because I know it was actually the OG Final Fantasy VII is my longest stream. I think it's like, James, please. Why are you okay? Are you okay?
Yeah, what?
I think you've lost your mind.
What?
You're like you've lost your mind.
Why?
What you just have.
There's something wrong with the chat messages.
No, it's the way you're singing when you woke up. I don't know. I think you've just drank a lot.
No, I'm having a great time.
Is there a way to see your longest video?
No.
I know it was a Final Fantasy VII one. I think it might have been that one, 9 hours. I think it's gonna be my longest stream ever. Yeah, I think that was my longest one.
9 hours. What I did, I only did that in like 3 streams.
I think that was, yeah, I did 7 to 9. Let me see, where's Dirge? No, oh, to be fair, Dirge was very nearly 9 hours, 10 minutes. But that one was 9 hours. Oh, Dirge was my longest one by 4 seconds. Yes, we have to be 9 hours, 10 minutes. We're only 5 minutes away. Woohoo. Doing pretty well, thank you. How are you? How's Remake? I'm good also. It is 5 a.m. I am dying a little bit. I am hungry. I do still have the rest of the game to go still and lots of discussion. But I'm doing okay, surprisingly. Thank you for asking. I'm getting on good. It's interesting, right? Because I played this twice. And then I finally played all the original 7 stuff. And then I come back to play it to see what's going on and what it actually all means. And it's fucking wild. Because it's so different. And there's so many things they've changed. There's lots of minor things. There's this, which is maybe not minor. So it's interesting. I think we're all looking at it a little bit cynically because I do like the original. And there are lots of things about this that I don't love. But I'm trying, like, to give benefit of the doubt where I can. But I don't think I like what they're doing. It's not... It's weird. It's very weird. But I'm still going to play Rebirth and still see what happens. Like, I'm still interested. And I don't think I'm going to go into that. Like, I'm going to go into that wanting to enjoy it. Because I love 7 and I don't want to dislike this. But... yeah, I think the pacing in this game is not great either, especially compared to the original. Like, when you play 7, it's just like there's so much happening all the time. It's so great. Yeah, very mixed feelings. Please grab a second movie. That's so sweet. Honestly, I'm waiting to grab some ice cream. I'm gonna eat so many little ice cream sandwiches. I'm addicted. They're my favorite snack, but I might need to put something in the oven at some point. But I'm actually not doing too bad, to be fair. All things considered. I remember we met. Yeah, that's right. I think we were both playing the original 7 at the exact same time. Is that right? I think I was slightly ahead of you, wasn't I? So I think I got to watch you play some of the bits that I'd literally just done. We were very similar places in our playthroughs. So what did you replay, remake, or do any of the compilation? If you did, let me know how you got on. You sure Stamp isn't a hound? Stamp is a beagle, I think. But a hound isn't a breed. Oh, it is. I'm so sorry. That's a good point. He kind of does look also like a hound. Wow, that's crazy because we all know a hound is a dog. Like, a hound is a dog. But I think you might be talking about a basset hound. Oh no, never mind. There are multiple hounds. There's a basset hound, a blue tick. What are these? Afghan. There's a lot. So, I don't know what a hound is. I played OG first. I loved Remake, but I'm very interested to see where they go with it in Rebirth before I make full judgment. Yeah, I'm trying to be like that as well, because it could go a lot of different ways. So I totally get that too. But that's interesting, because I think most people try to play the original first, and it makes the most sense. But the Remake was my first ever Final Fantasy game. Which was many years ago, before I started streaming, so I didn't play it for the first time on stream either. But I'm so glad you're enjoying it. I imagine you're super hyped for the new one then. Stamp is a beagle. Okay, because I thought he was a beagle, but I was not sure. Because it's a little bit ambiguous. I always thought Stamp was a hound. Turns out beagles are a type of hound. Oh. I don't think I know what a hound is by definition. What else does everyone else have to say?
Is it our destiny to defy destiny? It's an interesting question.
So if we go through that thing, there's no coming back.
Cloud, we should go.
Sorry for the delay, folks.
Ready? Never tried to challenge destiny.
This could well be her last line of defense. It won't be easy.
Yeah, it was not funny. I do not like it. It makes me uncomfortable. I think it's a weird emote. I know a few people who had Remake as their first Final Fantasy as well, and I think it's a solid option. Just knowing the OG story and where this might go is intriguing. Yeah, that's where I'm at, is that I think it's really interesting. Like, I do want to know what happens. And why? Because I'm like, they surely made all these changes because they want to tell a different story. And so, like, based off just this game, it's like, I don't understand why they would do that, but I want to know, you know?
Wouldn't be the first time I spit in Destiny's eye.
Hmm.
Whether you can see the scenes or you can't, doesn't change that she's always trying to have it her way. Daddy's coming home real soon, honey.
Marlene always gets me. I love Bart and Marlene. Tifa's saying, never tried to challenge Destiny, made me choke. Why? I think you have actually just like, you and Flash are just in another world with this game at this point. Whoa. I don't know if it's clear, but I don't remember this game very well. Is it like we run along buildings and stuff? Because I think like that rings a bell. I don't know why I play games. When I don't fully understand them, they don't sit in my brain very well. Bad time to fall asleep, Cloud. It's not a good time for a nap, fool. Why would you choose to nap right now? I guess he was just tired. He just really needed a little nap. I am joking. I don't know how, like, I feel like that could be taken as serious. I remember when this happened in Final Fantasy 7. My favorite part. I don't understand. It's very cool and very, dare I say, epic. But I don't understand it. What is... happening? What is happening? This is too difficult to explain to someone new to this game. What? Oops, daisy. I'm sorry for doing that constantly. Did I? What am I? Oh, never mind. It's fine. This is the first time you've played this knowing what you know from the OG. Yes, yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, so I'd played this, and then that meant when I played the OG, I knew bits from this, and so I was surprised when like Jesse and Wedge and Biggs all actually die. But yeah, and then I played the whole compilation, so I did like Crisis Core and Dirge of Cerberus, and I watched Advent Children. I've been reading some of the books, and then I played this. Yeah. Where Marta is really this does remind me, so I mentioned Kingdom Hearts, this does remind me, isn't this in Kingdom Hearts 3 where you run on buildings a lot? You do, because you press it's a quick time event where you jump from them. Why did someone tell me not to worry about the ghosts? They are clearly important. They're too difficult to, they are too difficult to explain. They're definitely, yeah. If I find Tessie tomorrow, I would treat him to a nice cold beer. Wonderful. I don't understand what is going on. Yeah, we do like Kingdom Hearts in this house. I've had like a similar, well, not really that similar, but I've played Kingdom Hearts, but I also don't really understand it or remember pretty much any of it except some of Kingdom Hearts 3. So, but I know I like it, and I love Kingdom Hearts 2, and I love playing Kingdom Hearts 2, but I don't follow the story super well. I need to give it like another go, I think.
So that thing, it's a whisper too, huh?
Looks a lot more like an arbiter of fate than the others.
We can beat them.
Yeah, I remembered this, that there's like the elements. But I don't think I remembered at all why they're here. And that's because I don't understand why they're here even now. I don't think, they're fighting Destiny, and Destiny has made itself into the huge figure, and then these little elemental ones. Wait. Which one's which? I'm gonna hang on. I'm gonna put a pin in that. It's the. I want to do ice on the red. What is the red one called? Oh dear lord. Assess. Okay. Which one? Let's do the big one first.
Let's do it right.
An accretion? How do you say that? Accretion. An accretion of... Accretion? An accretion of whispers, the so-called arbiters of fate. The creatures appear when someone tries to alter destiny's course. They are connected to all the threads of time and space that shape the planet's fate. Oh, I can do all of them. An entity from a future timeline that is manifested in the present day. It fights with a sword to protect the future that gave shape to it. An entity from a future timeline that is manifested in the present day. It fights with guns to protect the future that gave shape to it. An entity from a future timeline that is manifested in the present day. It fights barehanded to protect the future that gave shape to it. So we got sword, guns, and so we've got Cloud, Barrett, and Tifa. What? But what about Aerith and Red? It gives your next best guess. sword that gave shape to it. Sorry. Sword, guns. The fucking drift on this controller is a bit annoying. That's why that keeps happening, by the way. That's not me doing that. Has it got something to do with the elements? So we've got fire, I think lightning, right? Would be that one? Yeah. Fire. Oh, wait. That's lightning. And that's wind. Maybe it's because you dropped it? I dropped it many times. I think it had drift before that, though. I'm not sure, though. IGN as theory. Just think about trios of characters. You want me to think of a trio of characters who would be coming back to Okay, trios from Final Fantasy VII. I mean, the book, you got Kyrie, Evan, and Leslie. I don't think that makes any sense. From... What? You guys... Wait, did I get it right? Wait, what the fuck? I'm scared. Wait, are you being sick? Wait, what? I'm not right. Oh, okay. But James said the same thing. Oh, he said it as a joke? Oh. I was surprised because it doesn't make any sense, but you guys were just like, oh my god, what the fuck? So dramatic. So dramatic. I'm sad. There's this crazy parallel thinking. I guess me and James do that a lot. It's actually weird. We will text each other the exact same thing, and like it won't be the most obvious thing in the world. We just think the same things all the time. It's funny. It just had to be. So it's a trio of characters from the future of Final Fantasy VII's timeline. The only other ones we haven't met yet, they're not trio. It's not Sid and it's not Yuffie. Kate Sith, no. Give me one more moment and then you can just tell me. Does it have anything to do with the elements or anything to do with the weapons? The weapons it does. So trio to do with, but that is sword, guns, fists. Sword, guns, fists. Sword, guns, fists. Final Fantasy VII. Wait. No, that would make sense. I was gonna say, like, I've just thought of the other trio. Genesis, and Jill and Sephiroth. It's the only other trio I can think of right now. But that would be Sword. I don't even fucking know. Decent guess. Oh. Hey, thanks for the positive... you received my guess well. Okay. Another trio. Oh, wait, yeah, that's the past. Oh, duh. Yeah, that's dumb. Are they from the OG Final Fantasy VII? Or one of the other games? Oh, the future. Oh, those fellas. With the white hair. I don't fucking remember the fucking names. Sorry, I don't know. You'll have to, I think you'll have to tell me. Reveal all. Yeah, fine, that works. The Sephiroth Remnants. What, is that what they're called, though? That's it. Wait. I remember Kadaj. I remember that name. I won't lie. Yazoo and Loz. I don't remember the other two. But I remember the name Kadaj. Was he like the ringleader one? Yeah, I don't know if I would. Maybe if you'd said Advent Children, maybe, but actually you did say Advent Children. So, yeah. Right. So it's them. Right. It's been a while since I watched Advent Children, to be fair. Oh no, I just wanted to get it right. Meanie. Fucking meanie. Laws is the one Tifa fights in the church. Oh yeah. Yeah, we got there. It's epic. Okay, well, I guess that's something. Okay, so we'll do fire on... Wait, no, none of... Wait, hang on. Wind. So, I need ice. Alright, we need ice. On him. Oh, it's not even... He's not even weak to it, I just realized. I'm being dumb.
Deal with that.
All set. Good luck.
All right, watch and learn. I'm counting on you.
Just took 69 damage.
Come on, that ain't fair.
Run!
Can't even sprint because I'm still in combat.
Just go.
Shit, look out! Oh, run, damn it, run! Move your ass!
They keep doing this. In these moments where someone needs to be pulled back up. Every time, I'm guessing every time it is meant to be a reference to the ending of the original.
Take the lead.
Okay, let's go. Damn it!
Oh, for fuck's sake, that's so annoying. I'm so happy I'm playing on easy.
Hang in there.
Yeah, I got that. I don't know why it's called correctional. Like, I get the vibe. Yeah, the vibe's like, hey, putting Destiny right and all that, correcting it. But like, what actually does it mean? Like, there has to be a more direct meaning. Intercession.
I can.
Damn it!
We gotta get out of here now.
Determination. That is not what you want. You don't want that. No, no. Hey, the Whispers are the reason we can't go off script. We killed them, so now we can. Ah. That's actually... interesting. James is really not okay today. This whole game only covers the first 6 to 8 hours of the original. The full original game is probably like 35 hours. Maybe, give or take, maybe more, maybe 40. And I know it took me longer than that, but I think it's probably doable in more like 40, but it took me like 60. Well, I need to stop following the original game. Like, that's a really difficult question because it did start. It changed things pretty early on. It's really hard to answer that. But I suppose the more substantial changes are this. Like, this does not at all happen in the original game.
Hang on! Eric!
What the hell did I just see?
A glimpse of tomorrow if we fail here today.
I love Red. I have so many questions. James, can you make a note about that bit, please?
Well, the big one is way over there. However,
These guys are right here. Don't overdo it.
Guess it's my turn. Give 'em hell.
Let's do this. Sloppy.
Thank you. James, are you in a cohesive enough state to actually have this conversation, though? Like, are you maybe gonna be a bit too drunk? Okay. Alright. That's fine.
I got
Oh, really? You didn't see it earlier, but maybe you sobered up then.
Deal with that.
Need my help.
No, your eyes, James. You looked like you probably looked more stoned than anything else. Actually, it's funny to me. You looked weird when you came down and you were like singing or something. Probably like 2 hours ago, maybe.
This can't be our future. The future is always a blank page.
Them again? Least they can do is give us a little breather.
I say we split up. Take them down at the same time.
In that case, Ultra Big Boy is all mine.
Ultra big boy.
Bring it on, bitch.
I think you guys have ruined some of these lines. Like, some of them are like, oh, I guess that's like a little funky, but like you've ruined them so much because that's not that bad. Like, I don't get it. Do I want to use my limit or not? Fuck it. Tifa. Tifa. No. Aw, you. Once again. Bye.
Let's do this.
We can do
It
this.
is Bahamut. What?
Sorry, I know it's sudden.
Not looking good.
That's what I'm thinking too, James. I'm unsure why they make it out like in the OG the world ends, because it quite literally doesn't. Like, a few people die. Yeah, a few people die, I guess, and you do get, yeah, the geostigma. But
I've got you covered.
okay, you cannot block those. There's 7 different versions. There's Bahamut, there's Neo Bahamut, there's Bahamut Zero. I don't know what the rest are. Those are the ones I know, though. Winnie. That blood looks like he loves cock and pole torture. What the fuck?
Here it comes. This one's for you.
You mean Bahamut? Yeah, I totally get what he means.
Keep it together.
So it's my turn?
Lend me your strength.
Oh. Look at it. I admire you committed, I can't be mad. What are they? Because I can only name 3.
Go for it.
I decide my destiny.
Dude, not playing and consuming the original compilation, how the fuck do you follow any of this? A lot of people, like, I said this was a good place to start before I replayed it. I feel like this is a really weird place to start. Like, I like the game overall. I think I still, like, it's, especially if you don't, especially if you haven't played the original, you don't care too much about any of the changes. But I don't know how you would understand the game, because I did not. I know I did not. So do you know? Do you understand what that was, Cloud? Does Cloud understand?
Did we beat him? I think so.
Does Cloud understand? Like, does he under...
Thank you.
Sephiroth. Sephi does. Oh. Yeah, okay, he knows. He for sure knows now. So he knows? Is that his motivators? He wants to prevent that? Because the only other thing is geostigma, which I guess, yeah, that's pretty bad. Like, I guess you don't want geostigma. It's claimed a lot of lives. It's been tough. But do we just want to change the future completely? Because it could. I don't understand this. I actually don't get it. I think the motivation is unclear. Well, it's a good place to start for 9% of the game. It's the back 10% that makes 0 sense, but it confuses everyone, not just newbies. I think it's doubly funny though, being new to it, because I'm only making sense of a lot of this because I have context. But seeing so much of this out of context is truly baffling and confusing. What? I do not remember what this is.
I'm waiting, Cloud. What the hell is this?
This is...
Sephiroth.
What the fuck did Aerith and Tifa do? And Barret, like, did they just shoot their way through and punch their way through? What the fuck?
Let's finish this.
Fate is not to be taken
What?
lightly.
What? Right, so we're fine. And it's actually when we did Angel and yeah, I have this thing, and I said this when I watched Advent Children. I really don't like when they use One Winged Angel, like, unless it is the fucking end, because I think that's why it's so cool. They play it once during the most insane cool fight at the end of the game, like it's not like they played it every 2 seconds in this game, but I just don't think that you should. I just don't think that you should do this. I just value that song being used sparingly. What does it even want me to do here? But I don't fucking know what I'm doing here.
The weakness within. Whatever.
You're done.
Wow, Sephiroth, that was easy, fucking loser.
miss me?
Not really. He's tough.
Huh.
Yeah, so what? Squillham.
Ride for me.
All of it seems familiar, but I don't know specifically what I'm recognizing.
You're mine.
Oh, she's doing that one. Hell yeah. Is it? Because it does remind me of that, but like, I don't remember exactly how that went. It just seems reminiscent of that, but is it like exactly the same? But it feels like they're trying to basically cram the whole OG into one game. Because like, doesn't this defeat the purpose of the rest of the game? Because if they're changing destiny somehow, then Meteor will never happen. So none of the game will happen past this point.
What I miss?
Let's go.
Oh, he has his wing now. I only just saw that. I think I looked away. Why are they just trying to, why? Why? This is just nowhere near as cool as it is in the original. I like the other one better. I feel like it earns this so much more.
Let's do this.
Go on. Cut. Here
Keep
it
it up.
comes. I can help too. Strike hard and fast. This one's for you. I'll take that. You're up.
My turn.
One more shot.
I like when I can pressure Sephiroth instantly. It's very good. You think I could peer pressure him into putting the wing away? Hey dude, that wing's pretty fucking loser looking. You look like such a loser with the wing. You shouldn't have the wing out. You also should be playing this music. No one likes your wing, Sephiroth. I think you should stop. Chocobo Chick is gonna defeat Sephiroth. How does this end? Like, I remembered those elemental fights. I completely forgot you fight Sephiroth.
No more playing nice.
And I just don't understand where the game can go from, like, where can it go from here? Yeah. Yeah, I'm upset. I'm scared to say it, but I don't like this. I hate that I don't like it, but I don't. I don't feel like any of this hits hard enough. I don't, you know? I feel like I've missed half the game, but I haven't. Damn it, indeed.
do this. We can. We can change it. Make it right.
You guys get all of your quotes from the end of this fucking game. It's ridiculous. This is cool though. I like these. If they just did a once-one remake, it would have been really cool. Pretty. Oh, destroying Destiny sure do be pretty.
Careful now. That which lies ahead does not yet exist. Our world will become a part of it one day, but I will not end. Nor will I have you end.
This is...
the edge of creation. Cloud, lend me your strength. Let us defy destiny together.
Never.
Do we do the what's called Octo Slash? Oh, I'm not actually playing. That's a cool move. Sick moves. Omni Slash, that's the one. This certainly looks very cool.
Not yet.
Amazing.
7
Amazing.
seconds till the end. Time enough for you, perhaps. But what will you do with it? Let's see.
I need help. What's going on?
Mr. Vice President. Mr. President.
I don't know what's going on.
That's right.
Oh my god, I'm doing the same pose as him by accident. That's a coincidence. I did it first. He copied me. I'm going to die. This is all so chaotic. Here it is. He has survived. What does it mean? Where does this leave us? Oh, wait, what? Wait, no. No, wait. 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 What is this? An alternate universe? What the fuck? Wait, what? What? What does this mean?
You see that?
What does that mean? What is that? We are in an alternate universe. What the fuck? Oh. Like he is just, it's just the end of Crisis Core. I am confused.
Thank you.
I'm so happy your dog is okay. Oh. This makes no sense, actually. As a matter of fact, this doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Yeah, I remember this. It looks different, but I remember Biggs being in a bed. Oh wait, no, I think it's more this shot I remember. Yeah, I think it's this shot I remember. So they confirmed Biggs is okay, which makes sense.
Marlene.
Daddy?
Marlene!
Oh.
I'll come back.
So, what now?
Sephiroth. As long as he's still out there.
I thought you beat him.
This is really strange.
We can. We will. Count me in.
If it's to be a hunt, you could use a nose like mine.
There it is. There it is.
I'm in too.
You
Bastard
could
wants to
use
destroy the
a
whole planet.
nose like mine.
An enemy of hers is an enemy of Avalanche.
Still confused, I won't lie. Wait, that's, yeah. Yeah, okay, wait, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah,
Almost there, Cloud. We're almost there.
This makes no sense to me.
I miss it. The steel sky.
The unknown journey. I don't fucking understand. I've missed many chat messages, I'm sorry. I cannot possibly even begin just to understand. What happened? Yeah, I specifically love how much Barrett loves Marlene. Aqua, it's so good. I like Barrett a lot. I really do. I just love their relationship the most. So good. There's only 2 hours left anyway. Well, folks, it took us 10 hours, but we made it. It's the longest stream I've ever done. There's a lot that I like. Like, I mostly do like the characters. I mostly like... I definitely... Like, I like how everything looks. I like how the characters look and were brought to life based off of the original. And I like... mostly, I do like their relationships, like you said, Chris. And I like their... I like... most of their characters. I think Red is a little weird for me, and I love him in the original, so he's a little off. And like, yeah, Aerith can be kind of weird, but mostly like I like her. I like Tifa, I like Cloud, I like Barrett. I'm just so conflicted. I'm mostly just confused. I'm just like... Yeah, that's what I've said as well, Aqua. I'm like, if there's definitely like a couple of things, and I do enjoy that Jesse, Wedge, and Biggs became real characters who you're a bit more attached to, and I was so surprised in the original when they weren't. It was so weird, but I do, yeah, like the voice acting is great. I think they're all great. I'm so like there's so much. I don't even know. What does it mean? Like, I don't know what it means. It's very interesting. And I would like to see how it plays out. I think what makes this harder for me though is there are so many parts of this game that, in my opinion, are a little bit not fun. Like, I don't think that, I think there's like 5 entire sections that you don't need. Because I think the only bits that you need are either the things directly from the remake, sorry, directly from the original, and I suppose the things they added. Like, I think there's a lot of filler in there. Quite a lot of filler. Which makes it harder for me because I'm like, as a game, it's not my favorite. It's funny how, it's weird. Very weird. Is there anything else I need to see? It's 6:20 in the morning. What the fuck is going on? Dude, I've been up 21 hours. I got up at like 9, I think. I don't think I can make it too long. I need to breathe and sleep. Dude, and I ain't lying when I say I will not wake up until 6 p.m. tonight. It's gonna be fucked. I think what I will do, I could, Chris, but I think what I will do is so I'm not gonna stream today again. I'm gonna give myself a break, and then I will stream the Yuffie DLC in full on Sunday. So I will probably start a little bit earlier than normal so that I don't go into like the early hours again with work the next day. So I will do intermission on Sunday, and then after intermission I will watch all the trailers, I think. I could also just play intermission easy. Yeah, fair enough, true, I could do. But the only other thing I'm thinking is, like, should I just, like, isn't there an event? Didn't you say is it the game show or something? That's up later this month. Yeah, the game show. So, if they do another trailer, I guess I would, yeah. I guess there's no point in there's really no point in watching, is there? Or sorry, waiting to watch them. Yes, the game show, isn't it? I swear it actually does stand for that, does it not? I really, is it? Oh, I'm probably thinking of summer games. Oh, fair enough. It's Tokyo Game Show. My mistake. To be fair, I only got the first one wrong, so it's actually, I'm not that crazy. I thought it was completely wrong, and I was like, oop, that's embarrassing. The Game Show. You're thinking of the Game Awards. Maybe, and combining them, because I know there's a game show. So I'm just combining them. Oh, God. Too much to unpack. I don't know how much I have in me to be able to unpack this shit. There's a lot. You want to come down and chat for just a little bit, James? If you'd like to come down, because you made notes also. I am so confused. Like, I think there's so much to unpack that I don't know where to start. Where do I start? What do I... I cannot believe. It's been 10 hours. Yeah, maybe do a further chat after intermission if I've got more energy. There's nothing else, is there? Let's do a basic one now. A basic one. Let's do like a recap. I want to do a recap of everything that was the same and different. Like just walk through the game. Cool. Alright. If there is nothing else, then... we gotta bring the mood up. You ready? Not enough chocobos. I don't want to fucking use the chocobo service. I want to ride a goddamn chocobo. Oh, to be fair though, it was only within Midgar. So hopefully they will just give us chocobos to casually ride in the open world. If there's no, I presume there would be an open world. Put the Sora cam on him. Look at this. Feet. Yeah. Look at him. He's so cute. He does this all the time. He's so cute. He's so cute. Ah, why is he so cute? Who made this doggy so cute? My dog says that all the time. Yeah! Upside down dog army. Look at it. It's just jump the screen. Look, his fangs are out. Let me put him on.
I love my sleep pattern. It's great. I'm so happy this is just normal. This doesn't even feel weird. I could be up for like another 5 hours and I reckon I'll be
That's
alright.
fucked up.
Okay. That's rude.
It is. It's fucked up. This is my favorite one. I have good memories associated with it.
What is it?
It's Chocobo fucking Waltz, I think. Waltz to Chocobo, is it? Yeah, it is. It's the one that plays when you go to the Chocobo farm and they all just freeze and then they start doing a dance.
Oh,
yeah, best moment. I know.
Hi fellas. Hang on, I've put some dry shampoo in my hair. I'm not sure if it looks
I can smell it. It's mine. It's floral. He stole.
I haven't seen me. There's a dog in the way.
Sorry, the dog
I
can
can't
go
see
right
the screen. It's like covered
very...
by it.
Wait, what do you mean? It's covered by what?
It's that light. It's the ring light.
Yeah, I know. It does make it hard to see everything.
Hi, chat. What's up? It's really hot down here, though.
Tell me about it, bitch. I've been down here for 10 hours.
Crazy. Look at this. The credits are recapping the game. Kate Sith is falling to his knees because Sector 7 fell.
Well, he is sad about it.
Yeah. Well, do you think that he was... oh, never mind. I forgot the name. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Do you think that he was sentient or controlled by Reeve at that point in time?
No.
Good one.
Only Jas and Flash. No one talking about.
Oh, okay.
Jas and
Hi, how do you feel about terriers?
What do you think about the fact that Stamp was always a terrier?
That can only mean... Is that... This makes no sense. This actually...
I don't know why you were saying that, because he was never a beagle. He was only a terrier.
So, there's a few options to what that could mean. It has to mean... No, it has to... Okay, either it's an alternate universe, an alternate timeline is created, or more likely, it's just signifying that because we changed fate, something minor has changed, like the butterfly effect kind of thing.
Yeah, it could
So
be,
that's what it's trying to do, I think.
It could be either. We don't actually know.
I don't think they're going to do alternate timelines because that seems too complicated. I think they are just trying to, like, that's my first thought was alternate timelines, but I know on consideration that they're not going to do that. I think it's just a case of butterfly effect. It's like, look, something so small changes just because something else changed.
I think
that's all it is.
It could be either. A lot of people have theorized that what's actually happened is that is an alternate timeline where Zack wins, but our characters and that timeline have now merged when they beat the Whispers. So it is now still one.
But
There's
how
not two separate worlds, it's one world, and
but
we're
they
now in
start,
that
yeah.
one.
But
so that's why Cloud would still be how he is, because in his reality prior to beating the Whispers, Zack did die.
Yeah.
But now he's in a universe where Zack's alive. But
what the fuck?
that might not be what happened. And there's other like factors. Obviously, we need to watch the Rebirth trailers when you finish intermission. But I don't know. Let me look at my notes because I noted some things down that you were like, "Oh, I want to talk about this." So let me have a look.
I'm bamboozled.
I've written down Red, Aerith, and the Ghosts. I don't know what that means.
I knew you would do this.
I think it was where she does the little pat on his head. And
Yeah.
knows everything now.
Yeah.
You wanted to what?
That was really weird. I didn't understand. Like, I didn't understand because I actually think. So at first I was like, right, so she knows and she's just passed on her knowledge. But actually, I don't think she did know because then Red was like, Aerith touched me, and then I knew these. Like, it was like it unlocked something for him, not necessarily that transferred her knowledge to him. But I'm not sure. And that's just like, what the fuck even is that?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Because what version of Red knows what the Whispers are? When would he have learned that? I don't know where that's coming from.
It's just like been bestowed upon him.
Is it possible to be able to tell what Aerith does and doesn't know? And what's active and what's passive? Yeah, it is.
It's very confusing.
It feels like it's dependent on the scene you're in. Because sometimes it's like you've got the scene with the guy in Sector 5, the hooded guy, and then Cloud asks about Sephiroth, and it seems very obvious that she knows. But then you've got other scenes where it seems like she's not quite fully aware, and then you've got other scenes where she is aware, and then you've got when you get to the end of the game and every single line that comes out of her is just some cryptic bullshit. And it's like, what? I don't know. I can't tell what's going on. I don't know if Aerith knows or doesn't know. And it seems like it's done just out of, like, plot convenience. Like, when they want to be cryptic, they're cryptic. And then when they're like, oh, well, we need Aerith to do plot things now, then she's not cryptic anymore. And she's still cryptic, but, like, she's up front with it. She's
I
like,
do
I'm from
agree.
the future.
It feels like there are some inconsistencies throughout. I feel like the way the Whispers work is also inconsistent. That really confuses me.
Don't get me
like,
started.
yeah, like maybe we actually should not start on that because
No, we can do that tomorrow.
it's
or
simple as
Sunday.
like it just doesn't make any sense to me why they appear sometimes and why they don't at other times. Like it's just really weird and like not like it's just a whole can of worms, you know. Like if you start thinking, well, why did they allow Barrett to get stabbed in the first place? Right? Because they didn't want it to happen because they healed him. So why would they not appear first?
That's the thing, man.
It's too... But that's what I'm saying is you could go on about... Like, you actually... They need to just say, like, they're sentient and they actually just do their best. Because if they're an all-knowing, perfect force...
How many of them are there?
I don't think...
There must be a finite amount.
Yeah, you would... I don't...
There must be, because otherwise they could be everywhere at once. How do they appear?
I think...
Are they just... Are they like people? Do they exist? They live? Do they all have individual brains? Like, how do they know where to go and when? And if it is like some sort of like natural phenomenon, then why aren't they good at doing their job? Why is it seemingly based on their ability to get somewhere quick enough? Who determines how quickly they move? Like, it's things like that where it's like, it doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense.
It doesn't. I feel like they need to set a rule and stick to it, and I don't feel like they did that.
Why does Sephiroth stab Barrett? That's a really good question, too. I have no idea. I actually don't have a fucking idea. Maybe it's to remind Cloud of when Aerith died? I don't know, though.
Or it's just to inconvenience them for a laugh, you know? Like, I really don't... I think the thing about the Whispers is it might be one of those things that ordinarily you would have to just write off and say it works the way it does, and because at the end of the day, like, there are times in media, any movie, any game, any show, where there is something that isn't like through and through the perfect, most thought out system, and sometimes you can overlook that.
Yeah, it's usually when it's not.
And I totally. Yeah, to be fair, the Whispers are very driving, important
They do
force.
it all the time, and it's always
So
inconsistent.
it's a lot harder to overlook.
Like, it's a central plot point.
Yeah.
And they get it wrong every time. And so it's like, well, the crux of your plot doesn't hold up under scrutiny. So what am I supposed to do with that? Am I supposed to ignore it? You want me to ignore the crux of your plot just so that you can set up Rebirth? I don't know. It's just so weird.
I also feel like they tried to cram the entire original game into this.
Yeah, they definitely do, especially at the end.
Yeah, like they it's really weird because the ending, like, they obviously cannot follow the rest of the main game at all now.
Well, they obviously won't.
Like, it's so different now.
They say it multiple times, like multiple characters say it in different ways. Like Aerith says, "Oh, the future's a blank page," and Sephiroth says, "Oh, what lies before us?" Like,
but
it's
hey,
not
look,
been written or whatever.
That to me is like, that's probably for the best. It's probably better that they go a completely different direction.
Is it for the best?
Then it's better to me. I think I prefer that than them just slightly fucking about with the original story. Like, at least they're gonna do something completely different, and so that could still end up being good, honestly. But it would have to right a lot of wrongs.
You're coping so hard.
Hey, maybe I'm a bit.
It's best if the Final Fantasy VII Remake doesn't follow Final Fantasy VII because it might be a good story.
I'm just going off of what we already have so far. It's done. This is the remake now.
Yeah, and it's bad, and that's
so
okay.
going from
You're
that.
You're allowed to say it's bad.
I know, but I think
sometimes things are just bad, and that's fine. That's just it. Like, it's fine.
I think that
it sucks, and I'm gonna play the rest, and I'm gonna hate them, and it's gonna be great fun. And that's
I'm gonna play them, and I might even like the next one. Who knows? I'm more open to it.
No, you're more dumb. That's what it is. You got a stupid baby brain.
I would have preferred a 1-to-1 remake. I'm saying,
I would have preferred them to never do it.
Hey guys, I would have preferred to have never been born, but you know, here we are.
What? Okay. Well, that got fucking dark.
It's a joke. Look, the point is, we are where we are now. I'm just talking about what I would like for the next thing to happen. We can't change the past like they didn't. You know what? We can't. Like,
no, but the future it's not been written. That's
yeah,
what I tell myself.
And so the future for me in this case needs to just be like completely different, because I think if they do that, it can be something good still. But if they just still are trying to do the original while also fucking with it, it's gonna be weird.
I think
even weirder.
I think my point of view is that it just doesn't matter. I don't need it to be good. I'm okay with it being bad.
Yeah, that's true. I don't need it to be good, I suppose. Like, well, that's like I've been saying. That's why it doesn't bother me as much as at the end of the day, I will always say OG7.
But I think I'm happier being like, I don't like it and I think it sucks, because if I sit there trying to be like, well, at least they did this and at least they did that, when 25 years ago they did it perfectly and it never needed to be fixed.
Yeah, I agree.
It's like, why am I giving them like,
oh,
well, at least they did this thing right. Like 25 years ago they got every single thing right. This is not good enough. It's just bad, and that's fine.
Yeah,
I
think it's a difficult one because so many people do love it, and I'm like, that's fine. Like, I think there are parts that are good, and I really liked it the first 2 times I played it. I think it's just when you realize what they're doing.
Yeah.
And you've played the one that is better. It's hard to go back to this and see it the same.
It's just
and like it, because it isn't as good as something else.
Yeah, it's very clear that it's just a sequel to Dirge of Cerberus, but it's dressed up as a remake. That's all it is, and it has prettier graphics, so they can trick you into thinking it's good. And they have, like, you know, they have like. The thing is, the difference is, the other games didn't have, like, the budget or the people working on them. Like, they were treated like cash grabs. This is a cash grab, but it's given the funding and the talent to make it look good. But it's still just as bad.
I do agree, it's definitely a little bit disingenuous. Like you say, Chris, I do think they're selling Final Fantasy VII, but they're really not delivering that. So it's a tough one because it's just going to be subjective. And at the end of the day, like you might like it, you might not.
Don't do that. It's just subjective, so nothing matters.
I'm not saying nothing.
Fight you.
Okay. Bull ring. I want my buff.
You don't get buffs at the bull ring.
No, you do.
I get buffs at the bull ring.
Oh shit, not the
you
bull ring.
You get debuffs at the bull ring.
It's alright. I'm already so above you that even my debuff and your buff will not be a competition. I'll still win. Yeah, probably doesn't know that they want to tell a story. They're telling a completely different story, pretending it's the same as the old one. No, it fucking isn't. Lol. The game project will go down in history as the greatest magic act.
Oh yeah, so I wanted to bring up, because I've written down here, a glimpse of tomorrow if we fail here today, is that's a thing you didn't really react to at the time, and so there was a lot going on, so reasonable.
I'm very confused.
Did you realise what that was?
I don't remember what was on the screen at the time.
It's when they get one of their first
which was the
from
vision?
The Harbinger, and it's the one where Red 13 is running through
the end of 7.
Yeah, the post-credits.
The future,
scene,
the far future. Yeah. So I wonder, like...
And Red says, that's a glimpse of tomorrow if we fail here today.
What the fuck does that fucking... What the fuck does it...
So he's implying that the ending of Final Fantasy VII, they don't want that. That's bad.
Which I have been thinking that in my head. I've just been assuming I was missing something. But actually, I have no idea why they're fighting so hard to avoid the original.
Yeah, what's wrong
they
with the
saved
original?
the world. Like at least if they like they haven't even touched. No one is talking about the geostigma at all.
Yeah.
So they're not taking that into account. There is a singular event that should matter to the gang that they would like to change, which is Aerith dying. But that's the only thing. Why?
Like, no, because Aerith dying as well is like...
I don't want them to change
like,
that.
if we're going to talk about the whole compilation, like, Aerith dying is what then allows them to cure geostigma. Because Aerith's in the live stream too, with Sephiroth. And, like, that is part of it. So, like... I don't know what... I don't know what the goal is here.
I don't get it at all. Why is
What's
the ending of 7
like,
so bad?
When
why are
Red,
they fighting so hard?
When Red sees the post-credit scene of Final Fantasy VII, why does he think
the
that's bad, we don't want that?
He's running free, and also they neglected to show the bit where he has children. Like, what? So you're saying he saw that, and he's like, nah.
I don't understand what they're trying to say, or like...
I don't either.
Did they always feel this way about Final Fantasy VII, and has everybody who loves the game just misunderstood it? And the devs are trying to say, like, no one got this game. The game's actually bad. You all just think it's good for some reason. Like, I don't understand. I don't get it.
I do not understand. Zilith, hi. I'm very confused. Very, very confused. We need to go down the bat chest.
Story of Final Fantasy VII happens. Sephiroth ends up defeated in the live stream, which presumably is what gives him access to Destiny and the time travel or whatever. So I'm guessing it's like a time loop. Oh, like Final Fantasy 1, that's a bat chest in of itself.
But also, if the original story of Final Fantasy VII happens, Sephiroth ends up defeated and in the live stream, which presumably is what gives him access to Destiny and time travel or whatever.
But then, but the ultimate question then is, the post-credit scene of Final Fantasy VII, what is happening in that? And what, because if, obviously when that first was ever shown, like whenever you first see that scene, the compilation didn't exist, so geostigma didn't exist, so the idea of Sephiroth in the live stream didn't exist, like there was none of that, so it was just a good ending to the game. But in the context of the greater Final Fantasy, like, canon, what is wrong with, like, what? Because Sephiroth
maybe they're saying
really
everyone else went extinct except Red 13 and his people.
It's Red and his kids running to Midgar for his yearly meeting with Vincent, which is what on the way to the Smile setup. Yeah. But then what?
Oh wait, yeah. So wait.
What's the problem? Like what? Like, because even if there's a loop where Sephiroth is able to do what he's able to do, blah blah blah, there's clearly still a world where 500 years later, Red 13 is just hanging out and the world's fine, the planet's good. Like, so what's the problem? You know what I mean? Because this game is posing the idea that that's not the outcome we want. And sure, it's because Sephiroth is in the live stream being able to change things. But even when he does that, the ending still exists. It doesn't not exist, it does.
It would still be the same ending. Like, of 500 years later, everything's...
So they're just trying to say that that ending is actually bad. I mean, I guess that is what they're trying to say. But I've never felt that. I felt that it's such a perfect thematic ending with nature reclaiming Midgar. That's perfect.
Yeah, I actually love that a lot.
How is that bad?
I cannot even fathom why they are doing this anymore. I'm struggling big time.
It's so stupid.
And without any spoiler for the trailers, do the trailers give you any more indication?
Oh yeah, definitely. It was a bit more.
Oh, okay. Well,
little bit. Yeah.
I honestly, I think all I need to do to be able to sleep on this is just recap what the fuck happened in that whole game. What the fuck happened?
What, sorry?
What the fuck happened?
In the game?
Yeah.
A lot of things. Also, to answer James's question about what the devs think, Nomura has said in the years after Final Fantasy VII, Square Enix regarded Final Fantasy VII as untouchable and didn't want to elaborate on the story for fear of ruining people's image of Final Fantasy VII. But then when they decided to make the compilation for money, that has changed. Yeah.
When did they release? What was the first compilation entry after the OG? Was it Crisis Core?
No, that was the last. The first was Advent Children. 2005. But they must have done. But before Crisis was before that, slightly before that.
2005, I think Flash said.
Ever Crisis?
No, before Crisis.
Oh, before. That's what I meant. Sorry, that's what I meant.
2004. I thought.
Crisis. Yeah.
I thought you said 2005.
Yeah, and then we got 2005 as Advent Children.
So they began fucking with it 7 years later.
Yeah, and then we got Dirge of Cerberus in 2007, and then Crisis Core 2009, or 2008. I don't remember.
This is nuts.
Yeah.
And then what year did Remake come out again?
Actually, yeah, it was year after year, wasn't it? It was 04 was before Crisis, 05 was Advent Children, 2006 was Dirge, 2007 was Crisis Core. Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. It was, and then they just stopped until Remake.
I
Well, I mean,
remember seeing
there was
that after
a
Final
while.
Fantasy VII released, it was said in interviews that the Red 13 scenes in the future was a world devoid of humans. But since it was hundreds of years post-game, it doesn't mean it was devoid of humans directly after the OG game.
Yeah.
The insinuation there, if that were the case, would be that without Mako, humans couldn't survive. That's how the insinuation would be then.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I mean, I think I like that in a way, that nature reclaims the planet.
That's very blunt. False. Don't know. I'm sorry about that, Lilith. False.
I think it's more that humans don't exist.
You sound like a YouTube commenter the way you said that now.
It's more that humans don't exist in the same capacity they used to exist, right?
Maybe. It looked like, you know, deserty, right? So I don't know if that was meant to be part of, because how close is Cosmo Canyon to...
He was in Cosmic Canyon.
How close is it to Midgar, though?
It's on a different continent.
Oh, right. So then the point, I guess, is that where humans used to live is now dry and deserty, which would indicate no life.
Deserty outside Midgar.
But also then Midgar is dead, so it's like, where are people living? There's nowhere in Midgar.
Not in Midgar, no.
But there's everywhere else in the world. I'm confused.
I think it like it's the.
Oh,
like,
it's okay, Flash.
They probably live elsewhere. Isn't it supposed to be that life returned to how it was pre what we see in Final Fantasy VII? Like the industry is gone, that aspect is gone. The humans that exist now live in harmony with the planet. That's the point, right? Everything that lives on the planet lives in harmony with the planet. That's the idea. Because Midgar is consumed by nature, which is the idea, right? And it's that human industry no longer exists. Like
I said the point of the ending is that all life triumphed over industry. Not just humans, which is why they focus on nature.
Yeah. That's what I mean.
I did not take the scene to be that humans were wiped out.
No, yeah,
I
not
took
that they're
it
wiped out, but that their industry is gone.
Yeah, that there's no more like Shinra companies.
They don't sap the planet of resources and destroy it and harm the planet.
Yeah, you can hear kids laughing about. Can you? That just that reinforces that theory then. I was also in a dream that said there were no people 100 years in the future, but I need to find it to confirm. Yeah, it's okay, Zilla. I mean, maybe you did hear that somewhere. It's interesting to know, like, maybe it was like a misunderstanding and you heard it like second or third hand information.
I have heard that as well, but it might be. I've never seen it like actually quoted. I've only seen people say it.
Right. So maybe someone made it up one day and people
it
just...
might be one of those things. You get it a lot with like Kingdom Hearts as well and Final Fantasy. Is you get a lot of these things that are spread around. It's like, oh, Dev said this. And it's like...
It probably does stem from one thing that's like so different and then it's Chinese whispers or... Wait, isn't that now a... Wait, I didn't mean to say that because I think that's...
not a problem.
I think it is.
Mainly a problem by saying it's a problem.
No, I'm just worried because I didn't think. But anyway, it just becomes like so convoluted as it goes along. Like that happens all the time with everything in the world.
I think it's also probably if that
maybe that happened. I'm not saying. I don't know either way though.
I think if that ever was said, it was probably said years and years after. It wasn't said in like 1998 or 1999. It's probably said in 2004. Which is when they were trying to reboot everything. So they're like, oh no, we need to make sequels because actually that ending was bad actually. Like retroactively deciding it's not what you thought it was.
Yeah, that makes sense. That could be also the case.
Yeah, it's like the AC-1 crossbow was removed because it was historically inaccurate, which is not true. That's not why. But people like to spread that because it sounds more interesting.
What's the truth? Sorry.
What's the truth of what?
Of that.
Of why they removed the crossbow.
Yeah.
Because playtesters thought it wasn't very fun.
That's really funny.
It made the game too easy, so they took it out.
It's funny. Why wouldn't you just say that?
But people spread it because it sounds way more interesting when you're like, oh my god, they cared so much about the artistic integrity of the time period. But crossbows were invented during that game. Like, that's not historically inaccurate. Crossbows were invented.
At the very least, Vincent is still alive. Yeah, and I mean, if Red can survive, I'm sure, you know, there has to be means for all life to survive.
Yeah, why would humans die?
Especially given, like, how resourceful they are. We are. Like, I'm not a human.
Yeah.
What's it like being human, James? I wouldn't know.
I wouldn't know.
Oh my god, neither of us know.
What was my other note that I wrote down? Oh, the edge of creation bit.
I can't fucking do this. I don't know.
What?
You
don't know what?
I don't know.
You don't remember it? Or you
no,
don't...
it's when did she say it?
No, it was Sephiroth and Cloud.
Wait.
So did you notice that bit? So when Cloud connects his sword with Sephiroth at the end of the fight, and everything goes white, and then he's going down that tunnel.
Oh yeah.
Did you recognize that?
No.
That was, you know, from the ending of Final Fantasy VII, where after you beat Sephiroth, and then after you, when you go into the final battle, which is just that black room where you just fight Sephiroth and you Omni Slash and beat him. When Cloud's going into that, he's going down like a tunnel, and it's the exact same shot. The camera pans underneath him, and then he ends up in that room with Sephiroth and has to fight him.
But this room was white.
No. It was the same. Sort of.
This room was dark.
It's black, and then you go
yeah,
to space,
okay, yeah,
you're on the
that's
edge of
okay.
creation.
That because I did. That's why I said I did say I called it Octo Slash, but you know what? That's why I meant
Sephiroth's
was.
move, yeah.
I
Crisis Core.
Oh wait, that's real.
Octo Slash,
oh, so
yeah.
I didn't make it up. But what I meant,
No,
I did
yeah,
mean,
Crisis
I did mean to say though. Oh, are we gonna do Omni Slash?
Yeah.
Which we
he
did not.
does. No, he does.
Does he?
He tries to. Yeah, he goes to do Omni Slash.
Didn't look like it to me. I'm sorry.
It's very like there's part like it's supposed to be he's doing Omni Slash, and Sephiroth blocks every hit that he lands.
Oh, that makes. I just
And
thought
then
it.
he
I just thought it was a
says-
really fast battle. I didn't take that as the.
And then he's like, not yet, because
I
he's
see.
like,
Yeah. That's
he
fine.
knows that's how he beats him in the OG.
Oh,
Yeah, it's the start.
I'm
the start
sad
is
I
Omni
didn't
Slash,
I
and
didn't
then, yeah.
cop that on. Shit. Well, there we go.
Yeah, and then you've got, and it also does before he does Omni Slash as well. It does the same thing from the OG where it flashes to white and it cuts between their faces really quickly, which is at the end of the OG as well.
I'm not gonna lie.
At that
What
segment.
the fuck? When? I don't remember
You don't
seeing
remember
that.
Where it cuts back and forth
I don't
between
think
close up of their faces really quickly.
I do not think that I registered that scene as being that directly similar to the original.
It's really similar.
I just took it as being a similar situation where they were having that battle like they did in the OG, but I did not catch those things.
Yeah, the same thing does happen in Advent Children as well, yeah.
fuck, I don't remember that.
Yeah, Cloud tries to do Omni slash, Sephiroth blocks it, and then Cloud has to do that, like, Omni slash V3 or whatever the fuck it's called, where he calls on the powers of Zack, and then he does it, and he does that epic one where all of the swords come up, and he just sort of, he's like teleporting all around and shit.
What the fuck is this compilation?
You don't remember that? I don't remember. Why are we doing this? You don't remember it? From Advent Children, when he beats Sephiroth. And he glows blue, and he goes...
I would remember it if I watched it again.
I've only seen it once.
Well, that's where have you been? Dead? You came
yeah,
back from the dead today. One night only.
Where have I been? Where haven't I been?
He'd be working real hard.
Good question.
He's planning on doing an Ever Crisis stream if you like Final Fantasy VII.
Do you remember all the memory flashes? Yeah, do you remember all those you had?
We saw... So it was first we saw Red.
Yeah.
I don't remember. I know we saw Aerith dying. We saw Meteor.
Yeah.
We saw. Oh, we also saw. Yeah, the letting her body go in the water, separately to the scene.
And there's also that one where Cloud. It's from Advent Children at the very beginning, where Cloud's jumping up to like hit Sephiroth's sword, and there's a big white light behind him.
Oh yeah, I knew I recognized that, but I think I think you guys should have told me to rewatch Advent Children.
Dude, you watched it.
It's your
You've
fault.
literally seen
Your
the film.
fault.
There's no way you can't do this every time you play a new thing. Go, oh, now I need to replay it and re-experience everything that came before. You literally did that. You've done that. That's what you've been doing. That's why you played this.
I
This was the end of doing that.
I don't remember Advent Children as well as I would like. I remember bits from it, but like even the story has partly been lost in my brain.
Well, there isn't a story.
It's 40
It's
minutes
just
of
a
big fight,
Yeah.
driving fight.
Yeah, there's
for 40 minutes. Genuinely a solid like 30 to 40 minutes, I think.
Yeah, it's long. It's
and then it ends with everyone being healed, doesn't it? From Geostigma. And doesn't everyone get cured? Am I wrong? Yeah, I had no idea. That was the last thing I thought. I really thought the focus would be on Crisis Core. It's wild. I cannot believe how important Advent Children is.
Yeah, it is.
It's like that's the one that they rolled with the most.
I think Crisis Core is very prominent, but I think it's more prominent in the background. Like, but Advent Children's very like overtly relevant, right?
Advent Children is weird. But I guess, to be fair, Advent Children is the basis on which the other compilations are working with. So the other entries to the compilation are working with.
Yeah, it's
like
mainly
the
Crisis
books
Core's themes,
are based on it.
It's like this is working off of Crisis Core's themes, but like there's a lot of like very obvious ideas that are just like taken straight from Advent Children's plot, like it's right there in front of you. Whereas Crisis Core is a bit more, I don't want to say subtle because that's the opposite of Crisis Core, but like
Crisis Core, the most subtle game.
in Remake,
I don't know if you got this, James, but honor is important, and so is also
man,
monsters.
When that comes up in Rebirth, I can't wait.
Honor.
You have to confront the idea that a hero is because of honor and dreams.
Dreams and honor. I think it's. I didn't get the vibe from the one Zack bit. I didn't get the vibe that they were gonna write him differently at all. I got the vibe that it was gonna be the exact same, and that disappointed me because I don't think Zack is a very good character. That's what I mean. Like they just repeated what I already know is not great, but if they work on that, I mean that isolated section is okay. It's just I'm scared that they will continue going down that path of just saying random nonsense all the fucking time and calling it a character. I just really do not think that Zack is a good character. Really just don't get it.
Yeah, they also wouldn't change Zack. Yeah, why would they change him? Everybody loves him.
I just would like
make him as vapid as
I
he
would
was
just
always
like
been.
I would like to like him. I'd love to love him. But I don't, and I don't get it.
I don't want to love him. I don't want to love him. He's not a character.
I want
He is a plot device and he should remain so. It's fucking stupid.
It's a double-sided coin. Like I'm happy to not like the compilation, but also like you can look at it as I wish I loved everything, because then everything would be great. But I guess that's also not true. You gotta hate some things to love others. The double-edged sword,
You
the
can't
same
love-
guy
yeah.
working on everything.
You can't love everything, because if you do, like, it's just not physically possible. Because the idea of making, like, this is just, to me, the idea of making Zack a character is at odds with the OG. It's just, they're just at odds with each other. You can't do both. Because if you make him a character, the OG loses the point of Zack, which takes away a lot of the punch of what makes that reveal mean something. Because then you're like, oh no, but Zack is a character and I have emotional attachments. You're not supposed to have an emotional attachment to Zack. He's not supposed to be a character. He's supposed to be a plot device for Cloud's self-discovery. And his character arc, that's the point. It's just like, the fact he has a name is just incidental. He's just a guy. He's just some soldier. His name just happens to be Zack. It doesn't mean anything. His name could be John. It doesn't matter. He's just some guy. And that's the point. They never should have given him a character, a name. Should have made it something less cool, like Bob.
It would have been.
They couldn't have made him a character.
But they have enough time that they spend together that I understand why you would form an attachment, because they do give him his moments to be silly and goofy.
In the OG?
Yeah.
When?
He does his little squats and stuff. And when they're in the
He's in the game for 3.5 minutes.
When they're in the back of that truck talking.
Yeah.
And he's being silly and goofy then
It's
too.
literally like 2 minutes max.
There's not a lot. There's not a lot. I'm not saying there's a lot, but there is some. There is more than him literally just being a completely random soldier.
Do you know what he is? This is what I talked about in my AC1 retrospective, which is the idea of flat and round characters. Zack is a flat character. That's the point. He has to be, because that's how Cloud becomes a round character. You need flat characters. That doesn't make them bad. They're good. Flat characters are good. You have to have them in media. You can't have every character be round because it gets convoluted and loses purpose. You can't have every character be flat because then it becomes plot-centric and boring. You have to have both. And the reason that Cloud is such a good round character is because he has a flat character like Zack to allow that to happen. Making Zack round detracts from the whole point.
Why?
What?
Why?
Because that's the point.
No, why? I actually, like, I get it and it sounds right, but I actually don't understand why. What's the theory?
It's because, what? The theory of what?
What's
you mean the concept I'm talking about?
Yeah, the theory behind that concept.
Just in general, or in the context
In general.
of 7?
In general.
Well, in general, the idea is characters have to have specific traits, and they have to serve narrative. Because the reason you have a character is separate, like a character is separate from a person. A person is always going to be a fully realized, nuanced human being with totally, like, a million different facets to who they are. A character isn't. It's like a streamlined, written thing that exists to inform a narrative that has particular themes that you want to, like, explore to evoke emotion in the audience. So, with characters, you use them as vessels to convey thematic, like, you know, resonance within your plot. So, plot and character are both ways that you convey emotion through a story. So with Final Fantasy VII, you pick which characters you want to, like, you pick the ideas you're trying to explore, and you're like, how do I explore these, and how do I do that using my characters, and how do I get people to connect with my characters? But in order to do that, you have to have flat characters. Like, for example, Tifa's dad is not a round character, he's a flat character because he exists just to be a loss for Tifa. But that's so that you care about Tifa more. That's the point, and then you can begin to build up Tifa by doing that. But, like, and a lot of people be like, well, every character should be like a realized character we can connect with. But in doing that, you lose so much depth in just this sea of just too much information. Because if we learn more about Tifa's dad and his backstory and his connection to other people, we've then got to learn about those people and the connections to Tifa's dad and why we should care about those people. And it just keeps going down and down and down.
Yeah.
Like, you have to draw a line somewhere.
Yeah,
and
right. Yeah.
For Tifa, you've got someone like her dad. For Barrett, you've got someone like Dine and Marlene, who have a bit more going on for them in the OG than someone like Zack, but they're still flat characters compared to Barrett. And the same goes for Zack and Cloud, which is how you end up bolstering your characters and being able to make your themes of your story front and center. Because if you spend too much time worrying about the intricacies of your characters, and their backstory and their histories and all of these different useless pieces of information just to flesh them out, you end up losing your themes in this just big ocean of nonsense.
I see
And
that
that's why you
actually
need it.
that does help. I think it's just
To be fair, it's a thing that people don't think about it. Like, people don't
that's
think
the
about
idea
it.
though, isn't it?
Because
when you write stuff, you shouldn't be thinking about that. You should be just enjoying it.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't think about it, and they think about it in a way where writers and creators of things should look at the audience reception and be like, they don't get it. Like, they're not writers. They don't understand what they want. So when people went, oh, we want more Zack, the people who wrote the game should have been like, no, that's not the point of his character.
Yeah.
But they decided to say, no, fuck it, we'll give you whatever the fuck you want. Here you go, he can become a character now. And, like, it just takes away from it. And I have to believe the writers get it, right? Like, they have to.
For your sanity. You have to
The
believe it.
writers have to know what they're doing.
Yeah. There's no way they accidentally did it all.
There's no way they accidentally wrote such a good game.
No.
And then decided to do this. They knew what they did, and they decided they don't care, and they just would rather cash in on it. That has to be the case. There's no way it was a mistake.
Constantly, every Fred is written differently. It'd be too much. Having 3 Ignises would be like having 3 Cokes and the same personality. Oh, you mean like how none of the, like they're all they contrast a lot, which is probably why it works more. And they're not all like fully round in every way, I guess. I don't know. I'm not sure exactly.
Well, you've got like for example with Zack and Cloud, like Cloud and Zack are different characters. They're very different, and that's like sort of the point. And giving Zack a personality and an actual like depth to him would detract from the themes of the story, because it would be like, why are we exploring this about Zack? What does that add to the themes? It doesn't. All it does is add to this like character for like no reason. Whereas everything you tell the audience about a character should be playing into the central themes of your story. Otherwise, why are you doing it? Like, what's the point of it? You've got to be doing it to inform for
It has to have
reason.
a point. Yeah.
It can't just be mindless depth. Because it is depth. Like, if you add to Zack's backstory, it is adding depth. But depth isn't always rich.
Well,
or
I would
meaningful.
argue that the themes of honor and hero and dreams, I would argue that means Crisis Core is the perfect game, because Zack constantly said that he believed in dreams and honor and hero.
True, he did do that. That's true. Yeah. Just something in the stream that I thought was really poignant. What story could they possibly be telling that's more important than the biggest reveal in the original game? Could you ponder that more? That is a good point. What story could they possibly be telling that's more important?
I actually don't know how to ponder that more.
Because also you've said like, oh, they're telling a different story,
Thanks,
and that's
Flash.
fine. It's a separate thing. Like, that's cool. But I think there you are
Yeah.
onto the point. It's like, yeah, they are doing that, but what could they possibly be doing that's
right,
more important
so
than Final Fantasy
we're
VII?
talking about all this theory, right? Like this theory behind writing. And I guess when they wrote Final Fantasy VII, they wanted to tell Cloud's story, and now they're just not telling Cloud's story in the
Yeah. But why did they want to tell Cloud's story? Like, what was the point of it? Because it's not just they came up with a character and went, let's just tell this story. Like, it has a point, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think Cloud is. Hang on, I need to think what I'm gonna say, because.
Okay.
I can't think. I feel like I'm in an interview.
Well,
Cloud's journey.
Yeah.
He goes through trauma.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the themes.
He has a trauma response.
Yeah.
Which then drives the story.
So does every character. That's one of the core themes. Is every character has a trauma and a like a history to them that changed who they are. Every character in the pie.
It's so true.
Because that's
Whoa.
one of the central themes.
Yo, that's very true.
And
I
Final Fantasy
actually
does that a lot. Every character
haven't-
will have one thing in common, at least one thing. Sometimes it's multiple.
What is Yuffie's trauma?
I guess Yuffie's actually the odd one out there, yeah.
What's Sid's? The rocket
The
not
rocket.
working out.
Yeah. I guess with Yuffie, it's not being able to protect Wutai.
Yeah.
Not being able to live up to what her father wants. It's not the same. Like, Yuffie, actually, to be fair, Yuffie is an odd one out, yeah. It's not really the same.
But I think that's okay. You don't have to have every single
Plus, she's
character.
an optional character. She's not one of the core party.
Yeah, but actually, now that you think about it, they almost all of them do actually have...
Yeah, I think Yuffie's the only one that's, like, not
This is
quite.
good luck.
But Cloud, Tifa, Barrett, Aerith, you know, Red with his dad, and you've got Kate Sith, Sid, even Vincent with
Look defeated.
with what's her name?
Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue.
He says it enough. Lucrezia.
Lucrezia.
Yeah.
I knew there was an end of the alphabet letter in there. I was onto something.
I think Yuffie's the only one that's not. She has a struggle and a battle, but it's
Yeah.
not trauma. Like,
Yeah.
maybe you could make it a push that Wutai is now just this shell of its former self, and that really does affect her. But I don't know if that's the same level as like your hometown being burnt down, your dad being killed.
Interestingly, though,
You know,
in the
losing your best
remake,
friend.
she has a trauma.
She does. That's true.
And I actually quite like intermission from memory. I actually
maybe
quite
they're
like what
trying-
they
maybe
do there.
that was them trying. But then also they tie in with
This is
Dirge
me
of Cerberus, and it
trying.
just, you know.
But that's actually quite funny.
It's
We're
enough for
here
a side
talking
character.
about.
Yeah, true. But I also think when you contrast it with Vincent, who actually does have a traumatic past with his connection to Hojo, Sephiroth, Lucrezia, it's like, you know. That's a no.
I'm biting my tongue. Lucrezia, I'm biting my tongue.
Wait till the intermission stream. Okay.
Okay, Flash. Okay, write yourself a note so you don't forget. It doesn't need to be a Zack to be cool, even though Zack is awesome. What?
I love that. Just that genuine what?
Cloud's
so fucking funny.
Cloud's goofy inside, but acts tough, and learns to stop acting like he's someone else or tough, and that his goofy self is good on its own. Let's mosey. He doesn't need to be a Zack to be cool, even though Zack is awesome. I think
yeah, well, I mean, that is like in a sense, yeah, it is really like he learns that he thought his entire life to be accepted, to be respected, to be worth something, he needed to be a soldier, and that's how you become a hero. And he realized actually that's not the case at all. To be a hero, you just have to want to do what's right and for the people you care about, because that's what they all decide at the end. He's like, you know, we set out because we wanted to protect the planet, but that's not really what we want. I want all of you to go out, find your reason, and then come back, which everybody does. And then they find their reason to fight. Because it's not because Barrett, you know, he says all this talk about the planet, but that's not real. That's not his real reason. Like, his real reason is Marlene, you know? Everyone has their reason to fight, and they have to go and find it. And when they come back, they all team up and they beat Sephiroth and they save the world in doing so. But it wasn't necessarily to save the world, it was to save the people they cared about. It's those small connections that matter, rather than the grander scale things, which is what Final Fantasy VII is all about. Cloud saves the world because he just wanted to do the right thing for the people he cares about. And it's beautiful. That's fantastic.
It is very beautiful.
I don't need Sephiroth to time travel back in time and fight a fucking manifestation of Aerith from the future. I don't need that.
It feels like maybe what the remake is doing is that it's taking a very surface level approach and missing the point.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, to give them the absolute benefit of the doubt, which I will never do again, we don't actually know what the themes are. Which, look, I will say you probably should know by the end of the first game in your trilogy.
However...
But we don't know.
And that's why I said if they're doing something completely different, it could work out to be alright.
Yeah.
That is why I am saying I don't want to completely rule it out, because it could lead up to an amazing second game and a brilliant finale that all does convey a really cool story that might not even be the same as the original, which is fine.
I think for me, if I'm wrong, I'll admit I'm wrong. But I'm not going to spend my entire time going, I have no opinion for 5 years. Because that's stupid.
That's fair. Like,
by the time the trilogy's done, it will have been like 12 years.
Yeah, look,
Like,
I think...
I'm not going to sit here and not have an opinion for 12 years just in case.
Yeah, and I think that also is a ridiculous expectation to put on the audience, to say, no, you have to wait until we're done absolutely every entry. Like, that isn't fair. I only feel that way because I'm happy to give a bit more benefit of the doubt. Whereas, if you have seen time and time again, or you've been through the whole game, I think it is fair enough to start making your mind up. It would probably be for the best to allow the second game, given an opportunity to prove itself. And if it doesn't, I mean, yeah, you are totally in your rights to write it off.
I think it also comes back around to what you said, though, which is everything they're doing, how can it possibly be more important than the story they already told?
Yeah.
How can you outclass that with the same characters,
they just want to They just want to do cool story. Like, look at this. It's cool. Like, we're changing Destiny. Cool.
Like, I've said this before, and it's like, oh, we could get to the end of part 3, and it actually tells a story that conveys all the same themes. But how do you tell a different story that conveys the same themes with the same characters?
Yeah,
that's
very a very weird one.
Than Final Fantasy VII.
How
do you do Final Fantasy VII better?
I guess the whole theme of the remake trilogy, though, it is going to be something to do with Destiny and like how it's always in your power to change. Like, nothing is set in stone. Like, you always have a choice. I think maybe that's what it's trying to get across.
Right, though. Like, that's every fucking anime ever. Like,
yeah, I think I absolutely prefer the original.
Yeah.
But I feel maybe that's what it is, and I'm not gonna write that off because I think that could still be good, but it's not gonna be amazing. And the original is amazing.
I just can't imagine this is somehow we get to the end.
It is weird that they're doing both. I agree, Flash.
It's like somehow, somehow it's as or more thematically cohesive than Final Fantasy VII. It's not.
No, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen.
It's always going to be.
I have no expectation that it would be better. My hope and expectation is that it might be a nice experience that I can be like, yeah, it's good.
I mean, that's the thing. That's the
best case scenario.
I think the one thing that I'm going to enjoy and I'm still holding out for is there's going to be recreations of scenes from the OG where I'm like, oh, they did that well. Because there are some of those in
yeah,
Remake.
that's what I'm so that's actually...
Like, oh, that was really nice to see that like that. Isolated moments.
Yeah. That's absolutely hyped as fuck. I cannot imagine how cool it was to see all of this for the first time, having only played the OG. That would have been so sick.
Well, yeah, some parts would. But then there's other parts that you're gonna be like, oh no.
No, yeah, I more so mean when they've created the places and the people, and gave them voices. I think those things are so cool, and I think
it's a nightmare.
You know what I mean? It's very cool to see such an old game with very crude graphics brought to life.
That's the thing, though, right? If they went, sorry, not yet. When they remake Final Fantasy 9 and I have to go through that, it's genuine. I'm not gonna be able to sit down and enjoy it. I'm gonna be anxious from start to finish, just wondering when the whispers are gonna show up. When the main antagonist is gonna come back in time from the future to fuck with the characters, and I'm gonna be so scared for the whole fucking game. Like, there's stuff in Final Fantasy 9 that only shows up, like, in the final dungeon. If that shows up at the beginning of the game, I'm gonna lose it.
That's funny, actually.
But I do think, to be fair, Final Fantasy 9 will probably be a bit more of a one-to-one.
Yeah. But I think if I had it my way, I think I would like it to be remade. I think it would still be fun to have it remade, just for the sake of making it so lifelike. So much more detailed.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, just be fun. How would you want it to be remade, though? Like, would you want it to look like this and play like this?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
How would you envisage them doing, because obviously you've not seen a lot of the stuff for Rebirth, how would you envisage them doing when you leave Midgar? How does that function?
So do you know? Or do you have a good idea?
A little bit.
You have an idea?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah, not a lot.
Ooh.
We've got a little bit of an idea. Like, what would you imagine? Is it like Final Fantasy 15?
The original's so perfect, though. Yeah, maybe they just shouldn't have remade it. I don't know. Maybe. But...
Opening with the Nibelheim flashback will be fire.
That's a good one.
It's good.
That's good. I think... That's...
What would you imagine? How do you traverse this world?
You gotta
in
have
a
it.
hyper-realistic
It had,
looking,
yeah, that's
how do you
actually.
do that?
I like to say that it would be nice to have it remade, but at the same time, how do you it's taking away the charm, isn't it?
How do you convey the size of Gaia without an overworld and without it feeling so huge that it's just way too big
maybe
to
they
traverse?
do some like they do like this traversal system that is the exact same as the OG, where the graphics. Yeah, is that what that is? Where the graphics become condensed and like if they did something like that and they did it in a nostalgic way, you know, like in 16 they had the pixel bits, something reminiscent of that, where they take something that is old and then they modernize it but still make it nostalgic. So like if they just did like really good graphics.
Just have a Final Fantasy overworld in a Final Fantasy game is what you're
saying. And just had the graphics be really good. Like really like small but good.
You said like in 60, my heart skipped a beat. No, I agree. They should do an overworld.
Come on. We're not talking about 16. Don't worry.
They never should have got rid of him, and I don't know when they got rid of him.
I actually do like it.
I also don't want anyone to tell me the first Final Fantasy that got rid of the overworld system because I don't know. It could be 10, it could be 15. I have no clue. But
yeah,
I don't think they ever should have got rid of the overworld system. It's fucking fantastic. And Ni no Kuni 2. Well, like that's the only one I've played, but both games proved the overworld system still works in modern games and it's fantastic. And they should keep it. Overworlds are great.
I actually do think it works quite well because you had me here thinking like, what do I want them to do? But there's no better way to convey scale and give you that in like because there's no way they can like because at the end of the day, I want to be able to run around and see. Every place.
You don't want a load screen.
Because
like, you don't want to walk out of Junon and now I'm in Costa
and you just have a map or something. Like that's so different than walking around and get random encounters.
Where you don't feel the scale of the world because you don't
just
get
fast
to
travel
move
everywhere.
across it.
I thought it was interesting because I remember playing 16 and saying it actually was also interesting though the way that you never traversed fully. It was always just like you get part way there and then you just get teleported to the nearest like it and I thought that was interesting because it does cut out a lot of boringness, which is why you cannot do a world the scale of Final Fantasy VII but in a full open world because you will just end up walking through
it
would be ridiculous. You have to condense it and make it all small scale. So I actually do think that's what they should do, and I'm getting the vibe that they maybe don't
There's
do
something
that.
so cozy and immersive about sitting in your airship and flying across this little world.
Like it's
and you understand in your brain because you're not a fucking idiot that you're traversing miles and miles of ground.
Yeah, of course you don't need to actually because it's boring to actually do it. It's fun to do it in a small space of time, but still convey the feeling.
Like you get it. It's nice. Like when you walk from Calm to the Chocobo farm.
It's perfect, and they should.
What is that? Like 30 seconds max. But you feel like you've travelled there.
There's no better way. I cannot think the better way.
You load into that map, like you load in there, and you're like, oh, I'm in a place I can go into the barn and talk to the people, and it's like it cuts out all of the shit without actually cutting it out.
Yeah.
It's still there. You traverse across.
You still get random encounters as well. Like,
exactly. So it's like it's literally perfect.
I actually agree.
You traverse. Like, you physically do walk from Calm to the Chocobo farm, but it cuts out like it doesn't take like 5 hours. It's it takes 30 seconds, but you understand that was a great distance. You get it. It makes sense in your head. You still have the random encounters, so you understand that like there was a fight on the way there, and then you load into the point of interest. Like it's perfect. It's so good.
I don't think I can think of a better way to do it, to be honest. Because I think if you do like a full open world, like if you think of like Zelda, I guess is how I would probably think of. I don't think the scale. No, the scale is still it's still not quite big enough in Zelda because you've got like.
I mean, it's trying to do a different thing. I mean, that's the thing. When
5 or 6 different main places.
Like when you start from scratch, you have the benefit of being able to be like, how big do we want our world, and how should we traverse the world? But when you've already got Gaia as a setting, how do you like tackle that? Like you can only do it the way Final Fantasy VII did it. If you try and change it, which I mean, I guess we'll see what they do. But like, it's.
I
just
think
can't
I think
imagine-
I already have made my mind up that they cannot possibly do anything as good. Like whatever they do, it might be fine, but I don't think it
Like,
can be as good.
I'm genuinely
can it?
just thinking in my head, and I'm like, I cannot imagine getting in that fucking red buggy and like driving across the desert.
Yeah, for like 20
What?
minutes.
That's no. There's no way that's gonna be in the game. I just can't imagine it.
There's
Or like,
no
how
way.
is the airship gonna function? Like when you get the airship, are you gonna feel
It's
like?
so fun flying looking at it from the outside and being like little like.
And as well, the sense of progression you get with an overworld, like it's so subtle, but you don't really realize until you think about it. But it's like when you're only on foot, you can only get to certain places at a certain speed, and only through certain means. Like when you have to go across the Midgar-Zolom section, you need a chocobo, otherwise it's gonna get you and you're gonna get stuck in an intense boss fight. When you get the chocobo, it allows you to get around things quicker. Then when you get the buggy, it allows you to cross over those small streams. Like when you get the tiny
I didn't know
Bronco,
I could love the game more, but
you're able to
talking
go
about
around
it,
the
I love it
edges.
so much.
And then when you get the airship, then all of a sudden it's like, okay, there we go. You have access to the entire world. You can go
Tiny
wherever you
Bronco.
want, whenever you want, and you can just land there and explore and do whatever you want.
It's that
There's this
sense of
freedom
you've reached the
of, like-
final level of I can
Yeah.
do it. I have every
because as well, the thing is, when you get the buggy, you can't get back. Like, and when you get the tiny Bronco, you're like segmented into these linear sections of greater elements of traversal. And then when you get the airship, it's like, okay, now the whole thing's yours. You can go wherever you want now. And it's
That's
just
a really good idea,
It's
Flash.
it's so good.
You should make a video on overworlds. That would be another
Yeah,
one of those
should.
good
That'd be-
ones.
that would be
James
a
has
good
had
one,
lots of
actually.
really good video ideas lately that have been smaller scale, but more interesting maybe than just a retrospective can be. I think that's a really good one. I think you could do a really good one of those.
Yeah, I think it'd be. Yeah, I think that'd be
This
fun
is a
to
real
talk about.
suggestion.
Talk about
So this is
overworlds.
what bad Final Fantasy games do. They make you appreciate all the other ones more.
One of the things I loved about Final Fantasy III, and I don't know whether it was implemented perfectly, and it's probably why they didn't do it again, but is how you have different airships that do different things. Like one of the airships that can go over mountains, one of the airships that's super quick, one of the airships that can turn to a submarine, go underwater. Like stuff like that was quite cool.
That's cool. I like that.
And that was like another way of changing your progression.
I think that's.
Which was quite fun.
But like the more we talk about 7, the better it gets. Like it just it's so perfect. And you said it there. Like say it with both the video game industry's cooked. The boringness is soul. The boringness is soul. I think he meant the boringness is soulless.
No, soul. Like sometimes games should be boring.
Oh.
Like sometimes you should just walk in a straight line for a bit, and that's fine. You know?
Right. I see your point.
Games don't have to be all action all the time. Like sometimes, sometimes you should have that bit of like when you get out into Midgar out of Midgar for the first time, and you're on the world map and you turn the camera around and the main theme plays for the first time, and you turn, and as you move away from Midgar, just very slowly the sky clears and goes a beautiful blue. That you can't replicate that. That's perfect. It's beautiful. And Remake, for all its gorgeous visuals and incredible CGI, doesn't recreate it. It doesn't do it. Because it can't. Like, how do you do that? Like, they were so much better when they were constrained to this like, old technology. They had to figure out ways to convey feeling through the most small things. Art direction, art style, character emotes with the way they move their hands and stuff. Like, tiny little things. Now they have too much freedom that they forget the tiny things that matter. And that's,
Yeah, I think I do hold on to the idea that it is cool to have the game remade because it's cool seeing the characters and...
You're still coping.
Well,
You'll get it.
I think what it is it is cool when the characters look like real people. And you get to see the really cool scenes.
But is it cool when they're not written like real people and they don't act like real people?
Hey, I didn't say that bit. I'm saying visually, the graphics. That is, I like...
Is that... I mean, yeah, I guess it's cool to see Cloud rendered in 3D. Like, I guess that's cool, but like...
It is cool. And I think I can't let go of that. But you're right that better graphics do not make a better game. That's literally a fact.
I mean,
we can see that
There's
that
a
everything
coldest
about
take
the
in
original
world,
is
I
still
think,
better.
but yeah.
And while the graphics are objectively less good graphics, there's so much about it that makes it even better because of the graphics. It's so difficult because it's so easy to just say, oh yeah, of course you want to make an old game look new. But also
But
then
the
it
thing is,
loses a lot
honestly,
in translation.
the ideal Final Fantasy VII Remake to me is just making the old game look new. Like,
yeah, but
just make it, like, take it 1-to-1. Not even just, don't even, like, have it play like 7 Remake. Just have it play, like, exactly like the original, but the graphics just look really nice. But you gotta keep the art style. Like, that's what's so difficult. Like, how do you keep the art style? And
that's
think,
what
like,
I'm trying
musical
to say
direction, too. Like, the synths in the original soundtrack, it makes it. And yeah, it sounds old, but, like...
That's what I've been saying. Me and Flash keep talking about the soundtrack, and, like, it's like, I said it and Flash was like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It has character, whereas every soundtrack for every game sounds the same because it was an orchestra, but when it's Final Fantasy VII, the original one, it's like every character's soundtrack is made with completely different instruments and completely different vibe. Yeah. It's so different because it's so much more simple.
It's wild that being constrained to that tiny little PS1 sound card allowed them to make better music. Because they had to be creative. Like, that's what happens when you're constrained. It breeds the greatest creativity.
Yeah, you've said that before, and it's so true.
When you have too much space, you get
God of War Ragnarok.
Like, you get God of War Ragnarok.
Yeah, that's when we talked about that a lot. But it's so true that you it's like, yeah, you can make the game look really good, and you have lots of money, but you lose a lot too because you think that it doesn't matter as much. That it does.
I think it was in Ludus's retrospective on Final Fantasy 3, he talks about the music in that game and how it was composed. And because it's composed with a little, like, 16-bit sound card, or 8-bit sound card, or whatever the fuck it was at the time, they had, like, there was when the notes were ascending or descending, it was very sharp because it had to go from one note to the next instantly. There was no, like, gradual descent because it was it was 8-bit, so it just sounded like like that. So the music had to be composed around that. When they remade it for the 3DS, the music loses that because it was higher quality, so it's a gradual decrease, but it loses the emotion behind the tracks because it was composed with that original NES sound card in mind. And when they re-released it for the Pix remasters, they put it back in because it sounds better and it just makes the game. Like, it's things like that it's not just the constraints aren't something you need to try to fix because they actually make the game what it is a lot of the time. Even though it sounds old and looks old, it makes the game.
So you were saying there, like, what you would like is literally 1-for-1 exact same game, but graphics are good.
But then you'd have to keep it. You'd somehow have to.
That's because I'm with you in that thought process of I do want to see Cloud and Tifa and Aerith and Barrett and actually I don't need to see Red. I like Red as he is in his weird 3D. What's it called? The polygon, like his little polygons. Like, honestly, that makes him he looks better in that. I'll be honest, but I think I do like seeing them look real. It's so cool, and the scenes are able to be so much more.
Well, it's novel. Like, that's what it is. It's a novelty.
Yeah.
But it's not substantial enough for me, at least, like, emotionally. It doesn't do enough for me.
Yeah.
Because if it did, I wouldn't go back to the OG and be like, oh, that's better. So it's very clear that despite the fact that they're every bit of 3 polygons, it's somehow better. It's somehow just better. Like, you can do all of this work to make these realistic looking human beings, and it'll never compare to the heart and soul of the original when they just look like a fucking little block. Which is mad. That's insane.
I also think it just, like, I actually it's weird. I think it's something in us wants everything to be shiny and new, but no.
Well, I want to chat. Where's chat going? I can't see what people are saying.
I want to listen to Barrett's theme.
Okay.
Because it's so much better. I actually do not think the theme in the remake for Barrett is good enough.
They made it darker and more brooding.
They made it
a little bit, just a little bit, not that much.
It doesn't. This has like that, like it sounds like the thumping of his feet, like him everywhere he walks. You imagine this. He sounds like this.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't think you convey that in the new one.
No. No,
It's
yeah,
not.
I agree,
It's not the same. It's not the same. And
It's the same melody, but
most
it's not the
of-
same.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's not like most of the tracks are absolutely fine in the remake. I think they're better in the original, but like they work really well and I think they sound good. But Barrett's theme, like I didn't even recognize it, and it doesn't sound heavy enough. It doesn't sound like think of Barrett. He's this humongous man. You imagine everywhere he goes, the floor shakes, and I feel this song really conveys that.
Do you know what? I just don't think games should ever be remade. I think that's actually what I think. I think I'm trying to think like, oh, it'd be so nice to see.
There's
this
another
remade.
video idea.
But
Why
actually,
you should never remake a game
should
ever.
never be remade because they're a product of their time, and that's the point.
I think we had this conversation where you said, well, that's the art.
This is why. Well, this is why I
If
said
you talk about Red Dead,
about Rockstar.
yeah, Rockstar.
I think that's what Rockstar do. Like, I just think you don't do this with films. Like, no one remakes films.
Well, actually, that's actually not untrue.
But they always suck. But like, that's the thing. Like, you watch a film from the 1950s, and it's a film from the 1950s. You watch it. You have to watch it. And if it's good, it's good. It's always going to be good. It transcends time. Video games do too. And I think people, I don't know what it is. I don't understand why people feel like they look at an old game and they go, oh no, don't want to play it. Like, no, it's too old. Like, just get the fuck over it. Man the fuck up. Play the fucking old game. Like, it's good. If it's good, it's going to still be good. Get over it. Like, why are you crying because it's got old graphics?
It's hard for people to get past. I mean,
You
I was
get over
unsure.
it.
I remember going into 7 and being like, I don't know how I'm going to get on with the graphics being so crude, but I ended up loving it.
How dare you? They are not crude. They are charming.
Crude. They have about 3 spikes for their hair.
That's not crude. That's just the technology of the time.
Yeah, they're like
crude would mean like bad. That's a negative.
No.
That's negative connotations. If something's crude,
it's like very rudimentary or makeshift. Yeah,
Is there a separate meaning?
Offensively coarse or explicit. Well, I know. I that's when I first thought the word meant. But then I learned that it used. Well, this is a while ago. Don't worry, I didn't learn this the other day. But I remember when I learned that crude can also just mean like a drawing being like a sketch or something you could describe as crude.
That's weird though,
maybe.
because I've never thought of the word crude
Meaning it that way?
being a synonym for
yeah,
rudimentary.
you probably thought of it more in the explicit or like.
No. Just crude as in like, if something's crude, it's like.
It's just I don't know how.
Oh, they tried, but it's ugly. Like.
Nah, it's more just rudimentary is a good word.
Like if you were to do a crude drawing of me, I wouldn't see it as like to me that doesn't mean like an early on drawing. It means you drew me ugly. Like
no, to me it means like
that's in my head. That's
limited to basic. Yeah, look, because the definition then of rudimentary is involving or limited to basic.
Yeah, rudimentary. Like that. I would say Final Fantasy.
But that is what crude means. Crude basically means rudimentary too.
Go back to chat. What's everyone saying? By that I mean Flash. What's Flash saying?
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
I agree with James. Yeah, I always see it as a negative.
I do get what you mean, but I used to, but I don't see it as necessarily negative anymore.
If you call a piece of art crude, that's insulting. Like.
Yeah, actually, I guess they would be if I said that.
Yeah.
But.
I mean, this is the thing.
But okay, rudimentary then, which technically. Crude is rudimentary, but I'll use the word rudimentary then.
When it comes to remakes, though,
it's very basic.
This is the thing. They did remake, like Final Fantasy 1: The Pixel Remaster is effectively a remake, just in the same art style, but it does look different. Is that like?
What are we listening to?
To me, I don't see that as particularly bad.
No, I didn't want to hear
Final
that.
Fantasy 8.
Fuck, I didn't want to hear that. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, it's like Final Fantasy 1 Pixel
Yeah, I'd agree with that, Chris. That's definitely what that would mean.
You said go on, and then you spoke over.
Sorry, go on.
The Final Fantasy 1 Pixel Remaster is a remake, really.
Yeah.
It looks different. It looks more modern. Like, why don't I find that an issue? I guess because they don't.
I guess
it's limited to the same bit. Like, it's still.
It's maybe a case of just
refined,
being refined, isn't it? It's the very
faithful.
same, but it's just
maybe,
refined.
It must lose. Like, there's got to be some people, right, that you look at. So Final Fantasy, like Jazz has said before, and I do agree with you to an extent. Like the battle screens in Final Fantasy 1, it takes you to a black screen with the characters and the enemy on it, and it makes it feel cold and isolating as you fight the enemy. Was that intentional? Probably not. It was a limitation of the hardware, but it does add to the feeling that Final Fantasy 1 creates. And you don't have that in the Pixel remaster. So does that make it inferior or not? Like, what things are so integral to a piece of art that it shouldn't be tampered with, and what things aren't? I don't know where the line is there.
I think there is no right or wrong answer with that.
Well, that's a boring answer.
No, I really do, because I think you could liken it, if you want to liken it to a piece of art that someone has made, like on paper.
Like a
it's
painting.
like, yeah, if you wanted to say like, well, imagine the person only had access to watercolor. Would you then remake it in acrylic or oil?
No.
And that is a very good, I think, analogy, because you could, and then like a very big jump would be then, what if you digitized that painting you did with digital art? It'd be kind of like that, and there's too much to consider. Like, how do you know? Because that person has adjusted what they've made based on their medium, but also, how do you know that they didn't actually like that part, or they did like this part of that? Like, what was the intent? Like, the only person that can remake something is the person who made the thing in the first place.
Yeah,
I think.
True. And also,
and that's never really the case, is it?
There's two other angles of this, and that's that video games have a functional aspect. Paintings don't. Like,
yeah.
Like, there's no functional aspect to the Mona Lisa, whereas in Final Fantasy 1, there is.
It's for her eyes to follow you.
Yeah.
You
have to be able to play Final Fantasy 1. So if you make adjustments to the functionality aspect that makes it more user-friendly, does that make the art better? Or is some of the frustration you get ingrained in the feeling? Like, is that the point? Like, because at the end of the day, it's a product of its time, and everything, intent or not intent, is now a part of that piece of art. So the things that you found difficult, the bugs that might have been in it, the balancing of some of the enemies that maybe was a bit unfair, is part of the game. It's part of the experience. It's part of the feeling you have when you play Final Fantasy 1. And there are people that might have played it at the time, that they come out the other end and they're like, yeah, this thing was really difficult, but I loved it for that. And if you take that and you remove it and you change it, you lose that. And is that wrong?
I don't fucking know. Like, how can you know? It's very difficult, because also, like you say, functionality, etc. When it's something is interactive, I think it probably does matter more. Because if you're looking at a painting, that's too like one level. Like, how would you say that? But like, that's too, there's only one focus there. But when it's a game, you also have to consider that, you know, people of the modern age are not going to go back and, like, a lot of people will not go back and play the game from 1997.
But then they should.
Do you want to share? But what about the art? Because it is a very difficult conversation, because what if the art in the game is the story and not necessarily what if you just want to put, like,
but name
share
a game
that?
Name a game where the only piece of art is the storyline and not anything else.
Okay, well, that's why I'm saying, but what if so I want to make a video game, here's my story that I'm so passionate about, I'm not as bothered about the graphics. I don't mind if we do it in an open world, or no.
Yeah, see, no.
Yeah.
It doesn't work like that. It'd be a shit game.
Because I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, remaking Final Fantasy 7 is a case
Tetris.
of...
How is Tetris there? Anyway, yeah, carry on.
It's remaking Final Fantasy 7 is like, well, we want to share this. Well, they don't want to share the story, but
no, they don't.
They might have at one point said they were remaking it because they wanted to share the story. I don't know. I'm spinning my wheels. Flash, you have been here for this entire 11-hour stream. How are you?
It's really, honestly, I'm confused in my own ideals. I think I need to go away and figure myself out.
I agree.
I'm thinking about, like, I loved the Demon Souls remake, but what?
You're now like, should I not?
What was the point of it? because the original exists.
I don't know what my ideals are anymore. I'm lost. I cannot have an opinion on this one.
It was to make money. But is that a bad thing? Because it introduced me to it and I loved it.
But that's what I'm saying about Final Fantasy VII is, well, I do want more people to get introduced to it. That's why it's so fucking complicated. I can't do it. I can't do it. It's too, and like, I also don't want to be like here, like, on your high horse being like, no, like, you shouldn't touch the game, like, only the original is the best, like, because I'm sure there are times where there have been games remade that the remake is just actually a better piece of art. Like,
Well,
I'm sure that's possible.
But then also, it still loses the integrity of the point of the original thing.
Yeah, like,
Even
how
if
much
you
does that
make
matter?
it-
I don't know.
Even if you make it better.
I don't know.
Because, like, you take, I'm trying to think of a game that was, like, the remake's better. I'm trying to think. I can't think of it. Actually, I can't
Resident
think of
Evil 4?
You've never played Resident Evil 4.
What?
The
The
original.
remake?
You've never played the original.
Yeah, I was
asked-
joking that the remake is better, but
Oh, right.
that's not true, and I don't...
What remakes are there that are better than the original?
Can anyone think of any?
Remakes that are better than the original. Resident Evil 1, I think people usually say is better than the original. Okay, so... But does that...
Yes, I agree, Flash. I do agree. If the point of a remake is to introduce it to a new audience, I think that's admirable, but then it needs to be faithful and representative of the original product. But, and I think, I agree, I think the intention there is important, but what's really funny about that is, do we consider, what is the most important part of a game? Is it important that it is faithful to how the game physically played? Or is it important that it's faithful to the story? Or is it important that it's faithful to the style / graphics?
I think what you would have to do is you'd have to sit
different
down and
for every game,
I think you'd have to get your core team of people that are working on it, sit down, play the game, and take note of every single little detail that made you feel anything at all, and then be like, that had artistic intent behind it, we have to replicate it.
Right.
Like, for example, right,
that would be a big job.
you look, the example I used before, when you walk away from Midgar and the sky clears, right, that was clearly intentional. It's not in Remake.
Yeah.
It should be there somewhere. And, you know, having a post-credit scene in intermission where Barrett goes, oh, we're not quite far away from the smog yet, is not fucking good enough. That doesn't have anywhere near the same amount of soul or heart or just subtle emotional weight that the original had. It's just something you notice. It's just a tiny little artistic thing you just notice. And it adds to the world, and it's just there. It's there for you to observe. And that's really good. And that's something that should be carried over if you're going to remake something. It's tiny little things like that. Like it's like in Halo Combat Evolved, the remade version of the graphics on the mission, the library, the fog is all gone in the woods, and it loses that sense of foreboding and atmosphere before you enter the library. And that, or not the library, it's the mission before the library, Guilty Spark. That mission, is it Guilty Spark or is it the library? No, it's Guilty Spark, right? Yeah, no, it is. That you lose that. Like, there's no fog. Like in the original game, you almost don't know where to go because like it's a linear thing. Like you just pretty much walk in a straight line, but you feel like you don't know where to go because of the way the level is laid out, the way that the fog is cast on the world, the lighting of the whole thing. But if you switch to the new graphics, there's little lights that just guide the path for you. The fog is all gone. It looks like shit. And like that, the graphics look better, the textures look better, but it loses the artistic integrity. I think that's the most important thing, visually, with remasters and remakes, is keeping the artistic integrity of why does it look like that.
I think the most important thing in a remake is vibes. But no, be serious, right? Flash goes, why does it have to be faithful to only one thing? My counter to that is it cannot be faithful to absolutely everything, because otherwise how can you make it a remake? Because there's something you're improving. So you have to decide that the graphics are not good enough.
Faithful doesn't mean identical.
No, but I think, but what if the fucking angular polygonness of Final Fantasy VII is the artistic integrity? You can't remake that then. If you remake that, you need to replicate that exactly as it is. How do you know what part of that is or isn't? Do you see what I'm saying? It's so dumb, but it's also true.
I think...
I just think, like, the vibes
think-
have to be there.
I think you
and
can see what they're
that's it.
going for. And you if you look at Ever Crisis, for example...
I think you just have to make the decision, don't you?
I think the character
Just make
models
the
in Ever
call.
Crisis are going in the right direction of what a remake of Final Fantasy VII probably should look like, character-wise.
Right. Okay,
Because
interesting.
they're still void of detail enough that their general body language and head movements are what convey character.
Right,
As
yeah.
opposed to facial expression and voice.
Yeah.
Because those don't exist. So you still convey the character through the exact same means, but
Yeah,
with
that's a
models
good
that look
way
better.
to put that.
So I
Yeah.
think that will probably... Because it's the same as if you look at Final Fantasy VII compared to Final Fantasy IX. Like, Final Fantasy IX has way better character models. Like, they're not just these little coloured blocks. But it's the same idea that carries across. And it has been all the way through the original Final
Right.
Fantasy games. Like, it's the exact same idea of... They convey it through basic... Like, when you look at Final Fantasy IV, like, there are certain moments where, you know, Cecil walks into the king's, like, throne room, and he glances down at the floor and then up again. And it conveys emotion. You know exactly what he's feeling in that moment. And it's just done
Interesting.
through that little shift
Yeah.
in pixels.
I think what
Stuff like that, I think.
I think what I said is true, but I think it's thinking into it too deep. I think it is maybe a case of just like you need the right person to make the decision, and the decision just needs to be made. Like the person making the decision has to just have like the art at its in their, you know, at their heart.
Yeah.
And
that's the thing, you're never going to get it exact.
Yeah, you
Like
can't. That's what
because
I'm
you
saying.
can't,
Yeah,
otherwise
you
it
can't.
would be just the same game.
That's yeah.
Again, it would be identical. So being faithful means there are going to be changes, and you're never going to please every fan of the original. Because like you said, like some fans, you know, they look at Ever Crisis, and there are going to be some fans that are like, you know, probably a very small amount, that are going to be like, no, the fact they only had 4 polygons was actually the point that made it good. But like, I think that's actually missing the point. Like, it's being too attached to the original to realize what was actually important about it. Like, it wasn't those surface level things like the fact that it had 4 polygons. It was how they used it to convey character. That was the important part of the character models. And so you can translate that to better character models without losing the character and the charm and all of that stuff and the intent behind it. So I think you have to look at the point of each thing. It's like the combat system, like how do you translate that without... And I think 7 Remake does that. I think 7 Remake understands the point of the combat system in Final Fantasy VII and actually translates that incredibly well. Because I think it gets it. I think it understands what made Final Fantasy VII so fun to play in the first place.
That's cool.
It's very faithful, but in a totally different context. And I think that's you know, that's taking it to an extreme as well. Like, you know, just changing the character model isn't even so crazy as what they do in you know, in this bit by having it over the shoulder, you know, third person, you know, the action element of it. But I think there's that.
Interesting. Okay. Not gonna lie, I'm tired. I need to go to bed now.
Cool. We'll continue on Sunday.
But yeah, I think that was nice. We didn't really cover much of what I thought we would, but actually that's fine. Wait, right, Albert, right now, before you play Intermission and watch the Rebirth trailer, what do you think will happen in Rebirth if you were to give it your best, honest to God guess?
Oh yeah.
I hate you for
Prediction.
asking.
What do you think Rebirth will do?
Are they going to be in some capacity? Oh no, that's actually shit. I was gonna say they're gonna have to deal with the repercussions of changing fate, but that's so obvious, of course. How specific can I get?
Yeah, we could do this conversation again as well after you've seen
There's gonna Cloud is.
Okay, let me ask you a few questions to be more specific, and you can give me your answer to these things. Okay, so will Aerith die?
I want to say yes, but do I genuinely believe she will? Do I genuinely believe she will?
I think she will. And that's not necessarily because I'm 100% sold, it's because I physically can't imagine what would go into changing that. Like, the fucking balls you must have to change that.
I was thinking that. However,
it's on site if you fucking change that. Like, I cannot. It was already on site. It's more on site now.
it's doubly on site.
I just can't imagine.
It's on like vibes. Like you feel the vibe of that person. You don't even see them. You just feel they're there.
Yeah, exactly. It's not on sight. It's on vibe. I think probably actually I think she won't die because of how angry I'm getting. I think she won't die. Like in the back of my mind, I'm like, she's not gonna die, and I'm gonna be so mad. But I have to say the opposite because I have to will it into existence that it will just happen.
I was obviously reaching really far when I was trying to say that I think they're gonna kill Tifa and that's why they're having us play as her. But what I will say is, I wouldn't be that shocked if they killed Tifa and kept Aerith. Because, but think, right? So many people, there are two things that everyone knows about Final Fantasy VII if you've played it, even if you haven't played it, but you know the big plot twist. But also, what people probably care about and know even more is Aerith dying. And so, I have this feeling that, like, they're trying to make history here by changing it so drastically. How many times are they shoving down your throat, we can do whatever we want? I feel like that would be the biggest, most controversial, but impactful change.
I think for
is
me,
to live out that complete alternate path.
They really, really like Tifa, like in the remakes, but like she's given so much time. She's the best character in the remake, and I think that's because I think that's because she's going to be important. But also, I also think the reason they won't kill Aerith and the reason they haven't killed anyone so far is because they don't want to kill characters.
So maybe you think they might just not kill anyone and leave it.
I think possibly, because I think this remake trilogy is an excuse to get all the characters together and have scenes with them bantering, and people will go, hee hee hee, this is so fun. Like, I think that's the point.
I mean, it will be hee hee,
and
so fun.
maybe that's really fucking bad faith of me to say, but I genuinely think, like, the point of this whole thing is because they just want to push all these characters together, do all these crossovers, so that people can post on Twitter like, oh my god, I love when Zack and Aerith reunited, and I love when Zack teamed up with Cloud and they did epic sword fights together, and like, they both used the Buster Sword, and like, that's what they're gonna do.
No,
that's what this is about.
I do think it is quite superficial.
Yeah, it's cringe fucking trash. That's what it is.
I do think they might be capitalizing on people's love for characters.
Yeah, and that's why I think no one's gonna die. Because that's why no one in Sector 7 died. That's why they bring back all of the Avalanche crew. Because that's
interesting.
No one's gonna die. Just nobody's gonna fucking
Genuinely, what do I think? I honestly, I kind of want them to kill Tifa and keep Aerith, because I just think it would be so weird. Like, I feel like, give me a completely different experience. What the fuck happens in this wild alternate reality where something so major doesn't happen?
Do you think... what do you think Zack's role is, yeah? What do you think Zack is here for? What's he gonna do?
To take over as the main character.
You think Cloud's gonna die?
Yes. Sorry, they'll kill no one except Cloud. Cloud dies.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. They do hate Cloud.
And love Zack.
They love Zack. Zack is a real main character.
I will take the alternate. I will take the game where Cloud and Tifa die and Aerith and Zack live. I'll take it, because that's so wild. And I think I said this the other day, and Jamie was like, "Wait, that's so wild that I kind of love it." Like where it's just like, it would be so different. Like, if you're gonna give me a different experience, fucking do it. Like, I kind of wouldn't. I don't fucking know. I'm just giving you the details that need to be there for it to be interesting enough.
Do you think we're still gonna get the same arc in Corel? Do you think we're gonna meet Dyne and we're gonna have that confrontation where Barrett's gonna come to a realization? Do you think that's gonna happen? Can you foresee that happening? Because I can't.
I actually can.
I genuinely can't. I cannot picture that happening. In the like, I just can't imagine Rebirth being bogged down with doing stuff like that when you've got the fate of the universe and fate itself on the line. Like, I just can't imagine it. After the ending of Remake, like, for us to go and...
yeah, I think they shot themselves in the foot a little bit, didn't they?
We just gotta hang around in this little fucking mining town. Like,
okay, you say that. Hang on. The pillar was about to be destroyed. And they went to the sewers for an hour and a half, and then the train graveyard for an hour and a half.
That's a really good point.
So I actually do not think they have a single problem with delaying. The fucking Whispers will sort it out anyway. Like, oh, never mind. Sorry, they destroyed them, so never mind.
Do you think Dyne will still die?
No, they'll bring it back. Why not?
What do you think they'll do with Red's arc?
I want them to bring Dyne back and have it be super awkward for poor Marlene. Chaos!
They'll do an epic team up where they both have their gun arms, and it's like, oh, one of them has it on his left arm, the other one has it on his right arm. Oh, it's What do you think about Red? Like,
what the fuck can I?
what are they gonna do with?
What was it I said? Oh no, never
How
mind.
are
It
they
was
gonna do that?
like a shit post
like,
comment.
This version of Red 13, like I just can't
really
imagine
weird.
him going into that cave and seeing like
I
the
can't
statue of
imagine him
Seto, like, and giving a shit.
And
like,
no, but it's not that
he's got
for me.
bigger things on
You know what
his
it is for
mind.
me is I don't see this Red going to, see like being put in the situation of Bugenhagen dying and then being in denial. There's no way he'll be in denial. He'll be like, he's dead. Like he
He'd be
doesn't.
like,
He doesn't
he's
give.
dead. It's time we all moved on.
There's
Death is a
literally-
natural
there
part
is
of the
not-
planet.
there is not
like,
a-
just that's it.
There's not a
Stone-faced.
sliver of like childishness in this Red.
Yeah, no,
there's
not
no
at all.
There's no innocence. He seems to just be a
To
know-it-all
be fair,
elder.
there are two moments. To be fair.
Okay, tell me what they are.
And they seem forced in more than anything. One is when he hits Barrett's hand away with his tail, and the second time is when
That,
he does the
to
smile
me-
in the back of the truck.
Oh, true. I did like the smile. But
Even
the
then,
tail
it's like,
thing.
But see, that comes across to me. Those two things don't come across as integral parts of his character. It comes across as
The game being like, look at this funny moment.
when Gandalf does a funny thing. And
Yeah.
you're like, oh, the funny sage-like character did a funny thing, even though he's normally serious and stoic. Like, whereas Red is not like that. He's childish. That's the point. Like, and
I think it's the innocence for me
yeah.
that I'm not seeing
I
enough of.
can't imagine him being in denial. I can't imagine
Yeah.
him confronting Gilligan, like that whole arc in On the Way to a Smile. I just can't imagine that with this Red. It just doesn't make any sense.
My fucking morning alarm is going off. What the fuck? Oh dear
What do you
lord.
think about the Nibelheim incident? Do you think Genesis will show up?
I'm gonna be
How do
honest.
you think they're going to introduce Genesis? What about Angeal?
I cannot dive into. I can't do it.
How do you
I
think they're gonna
don't.
incorporate
I
Nero and
don't
Vice?
understand the
What about the
original
CX?
as enough as it is.
You've got to think, like, all of these things have to come into place. And what about Omega? When are they going to have Omega show up? Is it going to be when all the weapons come out? Is Omega going to be one of them? Is it going to be a secret boss?
I can't do it.
What about the two characters from Dirge that you team up with? Shulk and the other one. Are they going to show up somewhere? What's their role in Rebirth and Remake? What about the rest of Deep Ground? How are they going to tackle that? What about Hojo and his link to Vice? Because
Okay.
Vice is in this game and they've already set that up, so how are they going to link that? Like, how are they going to do all of this shit? What about Minerva? How's Minerva going to play into it? There's so many things. This is so much. How are they going to do it?
I really do not. I think they're just gonna make like an evil villains club and write it so that there's a way that they all get together and then they're all together and then they just can let them do things together as a group and they all represent the same group and they all are in on the same thing.
I personally think Genesis is going to team up with the main party, I think, to beat Sephiroth.
Do you think so?
And Angeal. Yeah, I think so.
That's Angeal.
And Zack.
Angeal, yeah.
I reckon that's going to happen.
That's a really interesting question. So, assuming Rebirth has an ending comparable to a moment in the OG story, what do you think it is? Where do you think Rebirth ends, basically?
Yeah, so where do you, what point do you think they'll...
I think if they killed any character, that will be where it ends.
No, like in the OG.
Like, it will be like Aerith's death, but
So you think
whoever
end of
they sacrifice.
So you think end of disc 1 is where they'll end Rebirth?
Yeah, I think so.
And then you think part 3 will have to be disc 2 and 3?
Yeah.
That's huge, though.
Disc 3 is small.
No, but disc 2, like, that's big. Because if you... So you think part 1 and 2 will both be disc 1, and then part 3 will have to be the whole rest of the game? That's a lot. It's a lot of game.
Yeah, but they're not gonna... I think it would be... To end it where disc ends also seems like something they would want to do.
They did it right at the start of disc 1.
Do you know what? They could have gone all the way up. They could have done so much more in this game. I think they've really mismanaged.
No, actually, I do know why. I obviously know why they did this. It's because if they limit themselves to Midgar and that's when they defeat the Harbinger of Fate, it means that everything else in Gaia is just free grab for whatever the fuck they want to do next.
Well, it does make sense because that's when the game really starts, when you get out of Midgar. Like, that is true. And it does make sense that would be... It does feel right, but at the same time, it's insane because I do think that they would want to end the next one on a really big moment. Yeah. Like they ended disc 1. But then you're so right that they're gonna have to cram the fuck out of Disc 3. It's like they've really poorly paced it. They've put like, because how much of this game could just not be there?
Yes.
Like I would say like half of it. You could have cut out half of it at least.
Well, actually, I think you could have probably, like, if you're saying the game's 40 hours, I reckon you probably could have cut out 34 hours of it. Probably,
you probably could have.
So you're left with 6 hours,
but
which is the OG.
I think for like if you actually look at it like objectively at the substantial parts of the game.
Objectively? You're saying I'm only looking at it subjectively through nostalgia goggles? Is that what you're trying to say to me?
Yes. When you think about it, like the running around to the lamps, the running around through sewers, the running around through the train graveyard, the running around through the sewers again, the running around through the wards, all of those things are probably half the game.
Yeah.
Like, and nothing, like, it's not like you can't even say no, but there were so many good character, like, there weren't really any character moments that needed to be there either. It's like, not like they were justified in my opinion. So I feel like they've kind of fucked it up because what they've done is they've crammed the fuck out of this. They've
stretched it.
Yeah, what's the word? The word that we use all the time.
Bloated
They've bloated it. There's another word, but yeah, they've bloated the fuck out of it just to make it into a full game because they didn't have enough real content.
But they
but
did.
Now,
but
no,
they did.
No, that's what I'm saying though is they decided to limit it to when you leave Midgar, but it's so dumb. Yeah, padded. Like they've padded it out. They filled it out. Yeah. With nonsense just because they wanted to make the first game end in Midgar, but now they're gonna be like clawing at what they like. They're gonna have to figure out what they have to cut because all the other games there's too much important stuff left.
Like with Rebirth,
they've really poorly planned it.
The game's gonna feel so strange because there's so much added to the Midgar segment, but the rest of the game
it's gonna be just surely normal.
Relatively,
like maybe there will be added
It'll
stuff.
be added, yeah, for sure, because you've got 2 games to get through, like what is essentially 30 hours of story.
Yeah, but
and if
it won't be to the same extent.
40 hours,
not near the same extent. And what's good is I'm hoping
30 hours into
that like Rebirth isn't gonna have a lot of filler because they won't be able to have a lot of filler.
Fucking figure it out.
They'll find a way. But if we go back to the question, where do we think Rebirth is gonna end? Comparable to like the OG?
Yeah.
Maybe it would end with maybe well you think like it would have to go way past Disc 1.
Yeah, I think so.
Because I was gonna almost say before Earth. I was gonna say maybe when they go to like to fucking Gongaga or something.
Oh my god, that'd be insane. Well, how would you even do that?
I don't know,
you
dude.
email your party when you go to Gongaga.
Hey James, how would you make the first 6 hours of a game into 45 hours?
Yeah.
How would you do that?
There's 2 full parts. I mean, I personally, if they're gonna I think personally that it's gonna be so wildly different that it doesn't matter. But if it has to, but if it does follow the OG, I think it would have to be just after the Northern Crater. I think after Cloud's gone and you wake up as Tifa and the meteor's coming down.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
I think that's where Rebirth has to end. If you're following the OG, which I don't think they're gonna do, but I think that makes a lot of sense. And then the rest of the game is dedicated, like the third
That's
part's
actually
dedicated
quite a good idea.
To
that is a good suspenseful place to leave it.
But then that leaves out Deep Ground, Vice, Nero, Genesis, and Geo.
I'm finding it hard to let go of the idea that they wouldn't end it on like at the big death, but I kind of think your shout makes more sense.
It does make sense, but I also am like, I think that'll be the halfway point.
Do you still think Meteor is going to be summoned? Like,
I think so, yeah.
How can it be though?
What do you mean? Sephiroth will do it again.
But he knows it doesn't. Like he has to do something different though. It doesn't make any sense for him just to do the same fucking thing again.
But that's the thing. This is the thing, right? Sephiroth does still exist. Like, right? Sephiroth still exists.
I need to
in
talk
this
that
world.
through.
Like he is still in the Northern Crater in this world. Even though you've got Advent Children Sephiroth running around, original Sephiroth does still exist.
And then you've got Genova as Sephiroth too, I presume, is still a thing, right?
So, is it possible at all
3 running around? Let's
there
go.
could be 2 Sephiroths, and at some point their plans have to converge, and Advent Children Sephiroth just like assimilates the original and just gets rid of him completely?
Or they team up and there's just 2 Sephiroths.
There's 2 Sephiroths. What if at the end they figure out time travel themselves and they use a live stream so everyone goes back in time and they wake up in like before the events of Crisis Core and they have to go and like kill Sephiroth's baby.
Don't tell them.
They go back
Don't
to.
give them that idea.
they go back. They have to go back to the Ever Crisis, the first soldier bit, and they find Sephiroth, and they go, right, come here.
What if they go back in time? What if
They
the
burn down
gang?
his hometown.
No, I was
And
gonna
they
say, what if
visit-
they go back in time to when he's a baby and they kill baby Sephiroth?
And they burn down his whole village, and then you get a shot of Cloud and Zack both standing with their backs and fires in the background, and they turn their head. There's an epic reference.
That's awful though, because that's like the do you kill like the baby evil person thing, where it's like they're still a baby though. Like it's such a weird thing to do. I do think that Flash's theory has some legs there. Unless Advent Children Sephiroth has possessed the body of the like kind of like Aerith is having her possessed moments too, I guess. Like Aerith has her bits of the other one. Maybe Sephiroth just has a full hold over this our real time Sephiroth.
That's the thing. Advent Children Sephiroth is doing the same things that Northern Crater Sephiroth was doing in the first place. Well, it's Genova, but like using Genova. But that's the thing. Like OG Sephiroth. Right, so like OG Sephiroth is more Genova than Sephiroth, but Remake Sephiroth is more Sephiroth than Genova, right?
Remake Sephiroth is more Sephiroth than it's
It's
I
more
think
Sephiroth is more in control, right? With in Remake, whereas in the OG it's mainly just Genova. It's not really Sephiroth. Sephiroth died in Nibelheim. Whereas in Remake, it's very much Sephiroth is the one in control. Which I don't really know, like,
it's
why
too difficult.
or like why that happened or where that comes from. I don't really understand that. But
Welcome to the club. I don't understand anything.
alright, we need to wrap things up.
Yeah, it's
Sunday
literally
intermission,
and
then
8
we can go through everything. If you start early enough, we can sit down and we can just talk through everything.
Yo, I'm pretty close to being
do-
on a 24-hour day.
You can do Rebirth reactions. So Sunday's gonna be sick. Intermission,
Yeah.
Rebirth trailer, both of them.
3 more minutes. Okay, 2.5 more minutes. Okay, so here's my plan.
Okay, right, yeah, sure.
I'm not gonna stream again today because today is Saturday. It is Saturday morning, and I'm going to bed.
Ever Crisis. Shall I just start Ever Crisis stream right now?
That's
Wow.
such a weird idea. I feel like you'd regret that.
I think it'd be really funny.
I don't think it'd be funny enough that it's worth doing.
I hop on stream and no one shows up but Flash, and I just play Ever Crisis.
No, Flash.
What about Nick? Where's Nick Zan? He's normally only able to show up when it's like late night streams. Where's that motherfucker?
Where is anyone? Ridiculous. But yeah, look, okay, so I'm gonna play Intermission tomorrow. Not today, so Sunday. I'll start probably like mid to late afternoon. It'll be late afternoon. Early evening even. And I'll be doing all of Intermission, and then I will watch all the Rebirth trailers, and then I will... what I'll do today is try and find some time to do more reading, because it would be nice if I could chat to you a bit more about the book, because I only read about 45 pages and I haven't read anything since. So it will be really cool if I can be then 100% up to date with everything, and then when the Tokyo game show happens, and if there is like a trailer or something, then I can potentially upload my reaction to that
You do need to read
also.
traces, yeah. I'll do it before Rebirth comes out. That's what I'll do.
I will also need to read traces though.
Yeah.
I'm at the same point as you, except for Ever Crisis, but I'll be at the same point as you, won't I?
Mhm.
So I also need to read.
Yeah, when you've done intermission, watch the trailers, finish Kids Are Alright, then yeah, other than Ever Crisis, you're where I am.
James genuinely late night stream down. The thing is, I think.
I'll just stream when I wake up. Tell you what, I'll fucking fall asleep and then I'll just stream when I wake up.
Yeah, that would be a good idea, I think. Just because I do think like you're gonna end up feeling like utter shit, not enjoying yourself after like 2 hours. You're gonna be dying.
Yeah, I'll just, you know what, tomorrow can just be a day where I don't really dedicate myself to anything but streaming, and I'll just hop on stream, play Ever Crisis.
Sounds fun.
For a
Very
bit,
epic.
and then just,
Yeah, I think that sounds really good.
sounds like a plan.
Amazing. So that is that. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. I hope everyone had fun. Anyone that joined from the raids or followed today, thank you. I appreciate that, and thank you to Jackie and Liddy for the raids. Very kind.
Very cool.
12-hour stream. Let's go! Longest stream I've ever done by actually a lot.
Well done, chat. By
Fair.
chat, I mean Flash.
Flash, you're an MVP. MVM, most valuable mod. You get the title. Alright. See y'all later. Take care. Have a great weekend. I'll hope to see you Sunday for intermission. Goodbye all. Goodbye.